Circuit Court here for Pinellas County is now in session with the Honorable Joseph A. Malone, Circuit Court Judge presiding.
All right, good morning, you may be seated. All right, so everyone's here, including the defendant. I believe our jurors are all here now, so we should be all ready to go. I don't see Mr. Sarabia though. Right here. There he is, okay. All right, anything we need to talk about before we restart the trial?
Yes, Your Honor. We had discussed Facebook messages last week, and
Right.
there's one since that time that the state is seeking to add. And it has the NIGGA word in it, and there is a line in here from Mr. Nealy that says, "I am a criminal genius, my dear." And I don't think that that's relevant here. We're talking
All right,
about
all
specific.
right. When was,
Well, I'm talking about evidentiary relevance is what I'm talking about. Let's just put it like that.
all right, well, when did he say that, by the way? Is it before the murders, in the middle of the murders, after the murders?
It's when he's, I believe he just gets back to Ohio. It's on December 26th, because he left on the testimony, I believe, was that he left on the 24th and got there on the 26th. So he's back in Ohio.
All right, what says the state?
Judge, one of the things is the first message there, so at the bottom of the page, he's talking about his residence that he's renting. He sends like the specs, which is the address that Newman address. And also, he thinks he's a criminal mastermind because of all the things that he's just done. And I especially expect that that's going to become relevant with the psychological testimony that the defense is doing.
Yeah, well,
He's not
So
saying,
he's,
you know, my kids are going to be fine now. He's saying, I'm a criminal mastermind. I can get away with anything.
there's nothing in here that says, because of the things I just did. It's just a sentence that says, I'm a criminal genius, my dear.
well, he did get away with manslaughter, at least for 10 months, and then I guess he thinks he might get away with these, although I'm not sure how exactly, but I'm going to allow it.
And what about
I would
the,
note for the record, the N-word is not used by the defendant, it's the person responding to him, so I don't see that there's any prejudice to the defendant.
Well, do we need the response at all?
It's just difficult to cut out part of the conversation there.
All right, so what, is this that female that,
no, this is a different person.
Yes. No, is that not the same one?
No, the other one was someone else.
No,
I'm not really sure.
I think it's the same person.
I don't know quite frankly.
Again, I don't see any prejudice to the defendant, he's not the one using the language.
all right, well, if it's not him, there's no prejudice there, so. What does she say after that word?
She ends it with that. She says, "Tell me, LMAO, how did you get that house?" NIGGA.
He responds, I'll have to tell you in person.
All right, so I don't see a whole lot of prejudice there. All right, so we definitely are taking out the things that we were supposed to take out in the Facebook messages?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, good.
And I've given the defense an opportunity to review the final copies this month.
All right, then any issues with the videos now, or are we all set on those?
I assume that we're fine. They're all ready to go,
Okay.
confessions.
And then, I don't know if the court wants to address the two remaining victim impact now. There's not much to address.
Well, why don't we just get started? We can do
Sure.
that during lunch.
Yes, Your
All right, because they're probably going on last, right?
More most likely, Judge, yes.
Yeah, after lunch anyway.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And Judge, we have the two stipulations.
Okay.
Final copies, so
Okay, when do you want me to read those? At the end, or?
it'll be towards the end
Okay.
of the day, so.
All right.
I was gonna give them to you now, just so.
I did want to address just that we'd like the court to inquire of the defendant, just on the record. He has signed those stipulations, but given what he's stipulating to, we just went on the record that he had an opportunity to speak with his attorneys. This is what he wants to do, and he understands what he's stipulating to.
And
All right.
that's, of course, Judge, without a waiver of my U.S. versus Johnson objection to the
Right.
vagueness of the residual clause.
Right. Right. Well, I don't think he's going to question the fact that he pled guilty to the manslaughter and then he pled guilty to these 3 murders, but I'll go ahead and do it. So, but let me see it first, so.
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. All right, Mr. Nealy, can you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. Okay, you can lower your hand. Have you seen these stipulations? What a stipulation is just an agreement, so in lieu of any evidence introduced or a testimony that's introduced, both parties are agreeing that these are in fact facts. So stipulation number 1 is that you did plead guilty to the murders of Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. And then stipulation number 2 is that you pled guilty to manslaughter for Jamie Ivancic. So it looks like your lawyers signed these, or at least one of your lawyers. The state signed it and you signed it too. So are you in agreement that I can read these stipulations to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because there's really not much of an issue. You definitely pled guilty on all those, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let's bring them in. How was your weekend? Good? Okay. Anyone here or see anything regarding the case from the media or anyplace else? If so, please raise your hand. All right, good job. I'm not seeing any hands. State, please call your next witness.
State would call Kaitlynne Fehr. Kaitlynne Fehr.
Good morning, Ms. Lee, please. If I ask you to step right here, please. Stand face towards, raise your right hand and repeat those.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please wait, please, ma'am. Actually speaking to the microphone, not to the voice of the court, please.
Good morning. You may inquire.
Thanks, Judge.
Joey?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
My name is Kaitlynne Fehr. It's spelled Katlynne. Last name is Fehr.
And where are you employed?
I am employed with the Pinellas County Forensic Laboratory.
What are your job duties there?
I am a case-working analyst as well as a DNA technical leader. This means that I oversee all of the technical operations of the laboratory, and I also do active casework.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been a case-working analyst for 9.5 years and a DNA technical leader for approximately 4 months.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Central Florida, where I majored in forensic science biochemistry. I also have a master's degree from the University of Florida with a concentration in forensic DNA and serology.
Do you have any specialized training or classes in statistics?
I do, both in my educational background and also at training with the Pinellas County Forensic Lab.
And what sort of training did you receive to perform your current duties?
At the laboratory, I went through a rigorous training program. This training program consisted of literature review, practical examinations, competency tests, and a mock trial.
What is a proficiency test?
A proficiency test is a test that is purchased from an outside agency. It is brought into our laboratory, and I work it just like I would any other casework. At the end of this testing, I will submit my answers and my results to the external agency to make sure that I have received the appropriate results.
And how many of those have you taken and have you passed them?
I am required to
We would
take,
stipulate to her expertise.
All right, well, we'll leave it up to the state.
I'm required to take 2 every year, and I have passed them all.
What is forensic DNA analysis?
Forensic DNA analysis is analyzing items of evidence from crime scene samples and attempting to develop a DNA profile. If a DNA profile is developed from these items of evidence, I will then try to make comparisons of known individuals' DNA to see if they could have contributed their DNA to the item of evidence.
What is laboratory accreditation?
Laboratory accreditation is when a team of assessors will come into our laboratory and look at all of our policies and procedures to make sure that we are meeting or exceeding standards set forth by the community.
And is your lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
And by what agency?
We are accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And when did your lab receive that accreditation?
It was first accredited in 1988 when the laboratory opened. The DNA section specifically was accredited in 2009. That is when the DNA section opened, and we received our most recent accreditation in 2023.
Can you briefly explain what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is your genetic blueprint. It makes you look the way you do and function the way you do. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and half from your biological father, which is why no two people are known to have the same DNA profile, with the exception of identical twins.
And what is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is looking at items of evidence in an attempt to identify body fluids.
Can you briefly explain what forensic DNA analysis is?
It is looking at these items of evidence to attempt to develop a DNA profile and make comparisons to known individuals to see if their DNA could be on the items of evidence from the crime scene.
And what type of DNA testing do you perform?
I perform what is called short tandem repeat testing, or STR testing.
And how do you perform that type of DNA testing?
This is a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. I'm taking my sample and adding a series of heat and chemicals to the sample so that I can release it into solution. The second step is quantitation. I want to see how much DNA is in my sample to work with. The third step is amplification, where I am targeting 21 areas in the DNA so that I can multiply them millions of times. So that the fourth step is detection, and I can actually visualize the DNA.
And how do you know that you're getting the correct results?
During my testing process, I will introduce what's called a positive control. This positive control is a known DNA profile. So at the end of my testing, I want to make sure that that DNA profile is obtained and it's the correct profile. I also have what's called a negative control, and this is a blank sample, and this is to monitor for contamination.
What is the difference between a question and a known sample?
A question sample is a sample that's coming from an item of evidence from the crime scene. A known sample is what we call, is from an individual, so that we know who the DNA is coming from.
What's the difference between a single source profile and a mixed profile?
A single source profile is a profile that is originating from one person. A mixed profile is a DNA result that I can get where I can tell that 2 or more people have contributed their DNA to that sample.
How are statistics used in forensic DNA analysis?
Statistics are used to give a weight to an association.
And what type of statistic is calculated?
In this case, it's called a random match probability. This statistic tells me how often I would expect to see this profile in the population.
And what is a database?
For my purposes, a database is a collection of DNA profiles. They have been statistically analyzed to show that they are a representative sample of the population. So I can use those statistics in my testing.
What role does a database play in forensic DNA analysis?
So like I said, I use the database to get the numbers for my calculation for my statistics.
And what database do you use?
I use what is called the NIST database, and this stands for the National Institute of Standards and Technology.
And is that published?
It is.
How are the samples gathered?
The samples were gathered as anonymous liquid blood samples, and they were collected from a blood bank and a laboratory. They were sent to the FBI for processing and analysis.
How many samples are in that database?
There's approximately 200 samples per population group.
And what population groups do you calculate statistics for and why?
At the laboratory, we will calculate statistics for the Caucasian population, African American population, and Hispanic population, because these are the 3 most common population groups in the state of Florida.
And how is the racial makeup of the donor determined?
This is by self-proclamation when they are donating their samples.
During the course of your employment with the Pinellas County Lab, did you receive multiple items of evidence in relation to the Nealy case on January 31st, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the procedure regarding how evidence is received by your lab for analysis?
When evidence is brought to our laboratory, it is brought in by the submitting agency and given to our evidence technicians. These technicians will store the evidence in our evidence vault, which is locked and secured with limited access. When I am ready to start work on these samples, I will then go to the evidence technician to retrieve my samples. I will then put the samples in my locker, which is locked and only accessible by me during my testing process.
And after you received the items for examination, did you conduct DNA testing on those items related to this case?
I did.
And how did you perform that testing?
I performed that 4-step process as I explained earlier.
Okay. And did you reach a conclusion as to those samples?
I did.
Can you explain what that conclusion was?
Sure. For all of them or just one specific?
Just go through all of them.
Okay. May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
You may.
So the first sample I received was a buccal swab from a Shelby Nealy. A buccal swab is a swab from the inside of someone's cheek. This is what is my known reference standard so that I can develop a profile to use for comparisons. That sample resulted in a profile. I also received 2 buccal swabs from Laura Ivancic, and that also resulted in a profile. I received swabs from a Nicholas Ivancic, and that also resulted in a profile. I received buccal swabs from a Richard Ivancic. I was not able to develop a DNA profile from this item. DNA testing was not attempted.
Can you explain why not?
Due to the condition of the buccal swab. Typically, buccal swabs they can range from no color to possibly a yellow, an orange, maybe brown. This particular buccal swab was coated in a very greenish, grayish substance, and so it did not present to look like it would be able to develop a DNA profile, so I did not perform DNA analysis on that sample.
Did that substance, the substance coating that appear to be consistent with paint?
I'm not a paint expert. It could be. The substance went all the way, about halfway down the swab stick. So a buccal swab looks like a Q-tip with a very long stick attached to it. And this substance covered not only just the swab portion, but also halfway down the stick. So it could be, I don't know what substance it was.
What were the further testing you conducted?
I received swabs from a side of the hammer with no sticker, handle area above the black grip. That sample was tested for blood, and blood was indicated. DNA testing resulted in a profile, and that profile matched the buccal swabs from Nicholas Ivancic. The probability of selecting an unrelated random individual who could be a contributor to this profile is approximately 1 in 540 octillion times in the African American population, 1 in 2.4 times, 1 in 2.4 octillion times in the Caucasian population, and 1 in 5 octillion times in the Hispanic population. And just for reference, an octillion has 27 zeros. I received swabs from the side of the hammer with no sticker, from the hammerhead area. Blood was not indicated on this swab. And DNA analysis resulted in a mixture of at least 2 people. The profile for the major contributor could be determined. The profile of the major contributor matched the DNA profile from Nicholas Ivancic. The minor contributors could not be conclusively determined, so I could not make any comparisons to that second person in the mixture. The probability of selecting an unrelated random individual who could be a major contributor to the mixture was 1 in 540 octillion times in the African American population, 1 in 2.4 octillion in the Caucasian population, and 1 in 5 octillion in the Hispanic population.
Are the statistics that you come up with in each of these similar for the remaining swabs?
For some of them, yes,
Okay.
but not for all.
All right. Let's, for the ones that are similar, let's just leave it at that it's
Okay.
a similar number. Okay.
Sure. I also received swabs from the side of the hammer with no sticker from the claw area. Blood was not indicated on this sample, and this also resulted in a profile that matched the buccal swabs from Nicholas Ivancic. These had similar statistical results. I received swabs from the side of the hammer with no sticker, top of black handle area on the claw side. Blood was indicated on the sample. This sample resulted in a DNA profile that matched Nicholas Ivancic with similar statistics. I received a swab from the side of the hammer with sticker, top of handle on the claw side. Blood was not indicated on this sample, and it did result in a profile that matched Nicholas Ivancic with the similar statistics. I received a swab from the side of the hammer with a sticker, handle area where the hammer meets, or where the hammer head meets. Blood was indicated on the sample. This sample resulted in a mixture of at least 2 individuals. This one had a partial profile for the major contributor could be determined, and that partial profile matched the profile from Mr. Nicholas Ivancic, and the minor contributor could not be conclusively determined. For this one, the probability of selecting an unrelated random individual who could be a major contributor was approximately 1 in 110 octillion times in the African American population, 1 in 610 septillion in the Caucasian population, and 1 in 1.2 octillion in the Hispanic population. For reference, a septillion has 24 zeros. I received swab from the side of the hammer with a sticker, the handle sticker area. Blood was not indicated on this sample. DNA analysis developed a profile that matched the profile from Mr. Nicholas Ivancic with those statistics from the first several samples. I received a swab from the side of the hammer with a sticker, top of blue handle on the hammer side. Blood was indicated on the sample, and DNA analysis resulted in a mixture of at least 2 contributors. The profile for the major contributor could be determined and matched the buccal swab from Nicholas Ivancic. The minor contributor could not be determined. The statistics for the major contributor are those similar statistics from the first several samples. I also received a swab from the side of the hammer with the sticker from the claw area. Blood was indicated on this sample, and this also resulted in a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major profile could be determined and matched Mr. Nicholas Ivancic, and the minor contributor could not be conclusively determined. This had some similar statistics as the first several samples. I received a swab from the side of the hammer with a sticker, bottom of handle, also indicated as middle, just above the grip. Blood was not indicated on this sample. This sample resulted in a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Again, the partial profile of the major contributor could be determined and matched the buccal swabs from Nicholas Ivancic, and the minor contributor could not be determined. The probability of selecting an unrelated random individual who could be a major contributor to this mixture was approximately 1 in 3.9 octillion in the African American population, 1 in 30 septillion in the Caucasian population, and 1 in 53 septillion in the Hispanic population. I received a swab from the side of the hammer with sticker, middle of the hammer head, between the head and the claw. Blood was not indicated on this sample. The sample resulted in a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The partial profile for the major contributor could be determined and matched the profile from Nicholas Ivancic. The minor contributor could not be conclusively determined. The probability of selecting an unrelated random individual who could be a major contributor to the mixture was approximately 1 in 75 octillion in the African American population, 1 in 290 septillion times in the Caucasian population, and 1 in 980 septillion in the Hispanic population. The final swab that I received from this case was a swab from the black handle of the hammer. I did not test this item for blood. DNA analysis resulted in a mixture of at least 2 individuals. I was not able to determine the major or minor contributors, so I was not able to make any conclusions for any comparisons to that mixture.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Very briefly. Good morning.
Good morning.
The touch DNA is the thing, right?
So that is what people typically call DNA that is transferred when someone touches an item.
Sure. So when I'm putting my hands right here, it is very likely that I'm leaving DNA right there.
Yes, in theory, every time you touch something, you will leave DNA behind, but there's many factors that go into how much DNA you leave behind and how much DNA can be recovered.
Of course. But basically, that's the reason you do swabs, to see if you can find DNA that you can't see, right?
Sometimes swabs are collected from items of blood or a blood stain or certain types of staining. But other times, we do get a lot of swabs that are collected to see who may have handled an item.
Sure. And so if an individual is holding a hammer, it could be yesterday, it could be a year ago, depending on what it's been exposed to, the DNA may remain for quite some time, right?
Absolutely, depending on, again, many factors, including how long the person handled it and the events in between that day or that year.
And if multiple people touch it and hold it on a regular basis, you would expect to find DNA from multiple individuals.
It's possible.
Okay. When you indicate on some of these items that blood was indicated and blood was not indicated, are you referring to presumptive indication?
Yes, so the testing that I performed on those samples is what's called a presumptive test. It just will indicate that blood was present, but it can't identify that blood was present.
Right. It's a chemical reaction, right?
That's correct.
And you cannot say that it was blood based on the reaction that you see?
That is correct. I cannot definitively say that it was blood.
And the reason for that is that there are other reasons why it may react, suggesting that maybe blood is present, right?
Yes, there are other substances that can also test positive with this testing.
Sure. And there's additional testing that you could have done to determine whether or not it in fact was blood, or someone within your department could have done.
We do not have a what would be called a confirmatory test for blood. Confirmatory testing will take a lot more time than just the presumptive test that I did. Also, the purpose of doing this testing is to move the sample forward through the DNA testing process. So I don't want to consume more sample by trying to confirm or deny the presence of blood, because I'm really just more interested in that DNA that's possible in the sample.
Right, but my question was, you can in fact do additional testing to confirm whether or not it's blood or not?
Not at our laboratory.
No, but it can be done.
Possibly at another laboratory, but not at mine.
Is it your testimony here that you're not aware of the fact that additional testing can be done in other laboratories that are affiliated with law enforcement?
I'm sure it can be. I don't know what other laboratories' testing procedures are for blood. I don't know of any, I personally don't know of any lab that does confirmatory testing for blood, but at the Pinellas County Forensic Lab, we do not do confirmatory testing for blood.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Ma'am, would touch DNA yield a positive result in blood serology?
No, it would not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
State, please call your next witness.
State will call Derek Anderson.
Come on, this way, please, sir. Step right here, please. Please. Court, raise your right hand and repeat the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. This way, please, sir. Please watch your step. I should speak into the microphone loud, please, on your voice for the court, please.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
You may inquire, Mr. Sarabia.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Derek James Anderson.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a detective sergeant for Tarpon Springs Police Department.
And what does a detective sergeant do?
I am in charge of the detective division, 6 detectives under me.
And how long have you been with Tarpon Springs Police Department?
October 6th of this year will be 28 years.
Now, what sort of training have you had to become a law enforcement officer?
Basic recruit academy in 1997.
Any follow-up training or education?
Yes, since becoming a police officer, I've had a variety of training from frauds to homicide investigations, notably investigative interviews in 2006. 2013, I went to Miami-Dade Police Academy for homicide training. Following year, 2014, I went to homicide and death investigations in FDLE, which is Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Tampa. 2018, I went to blood evidence recognition training, and then just after that, I went to crime scene reconstruction training in 2018.
Now, in terms of detective sergeant, how long have you been in that position with Tarpon Springs?
As detective sergeant for 1 year and a few months.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I was patrol sergeant, and then prior to that, from 2013 to 2023, I was a detective.
Okay, and what were you before you were a detective?
Prior to being a detective, I was corporal for a year. Prior to that, I was K-9 for 6 years. Prior to that, I was a corporal again. Prior to that, I was a patrol officer.
Okay, so have you held a variety of positions with the Tarpon Springs Police Department?
I've worn many hats, yes.
Okay. Done different aspects of the job, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Now, back on January 1st, 2019, were you working in a capacity as a detective with the Tarpon Springs Police Department?
I was off that day, but yes,
Okay. Did you end up getting called in?
I did.
And did you respond to 1954 Juanita Way?
Yes, sir.
And roughly what time did you get to that address?
2:39 p.m.
And were there multiple law enforcement officers from your agency present on scene when you arrived?
There were.
And what was your role going to be in the investigation?
I was the lead investigator or lead detective.
Okay, so as the lead detective, are there a variety of things that you need to do?
Yes.
And do those things include coordinating a response, coordinating the investigation, and assigning tasks and doing specific tasks?
Yes, sir.
So when you got to 1954 Juanita Way, did you approach that residence?
I did.
What did you notice as you approached the residence?
There was crime scene tape surrounding down the street, around the residence, around the corner to the next street over, and then back to the back side of the property. As I approached the windows on it's a manufactured home, a mobile home. On several of the windows, I saw black fly insect activity flying on the interior of the windows. And once I breached the driveway area where there was no wall, I could smell the odor of decomposition.
Was it a strong smell?
Yes.
And was a search warrant obtained for the residence?
Yes, Detective Lemon was tasked with getting a search warrant.
And once a search warrant was obtained, was there a forensic response and a forensic team that was tasked with going in and documenting the residence?
Yes, Pinellas County Forensics responded and assisted us with the investigation because crime scenes of this magnitude, we have our own crime scene, but we only have one technician and they have a team.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to go into the residence and look around and see what there was to see?
I did.
And when you did that, can you describe for us, what did you see and what did you notice that was notable?
Upon entering from the sliding glass door, there's a Florida room, and as soon as you walk through the sliding glass doors, there's like a laminate flooring. And as soon as you walked in, I remember to the left, there was a Buzz Lightyear toy staring up at me. So I was kind of taken back by that. I walked in. To the right, there was several curio cabinets. A couple of the shelves were missing items, appeared to be missing items. On the floor in the middle, there was one of the figurines that appeared to be matching from the cabinet. Just past those was a tan couch. And on the tan couch, when you're facing the couch, the left side, which would be the right arm, appeared to be saturated with blood. There appeared to be spatter on the back of the chair, the right chair where that area of the couch, and then also the front where the leg area where your legs would rest against the couch also had appeared to be blood staining. And the couch was oddly placed. There was like a doorway to another room, and the couch was positioned in such a way that you couldn't access the other room.
Okay. As you proceeded through the kitchen, how would you describe the kitchen?
Trashed. It was food items on the floor, spoiled items, molding food, diapers, trash bags. There was a number of bang cans in the sink.
Did you take note of the bang cans?
I did.
And how come?
I drank bangs back in the day. I'm a self-admitted caffeine person, and at the time I was drinking bangs, and I noted the one, as soon as we walked into the outside area, there was one laying by a box, and then there was more scattered throughout the home.
Okay. As you proceeded through the kitchen into the, I'm going to call it the greater living room area, did you observe anything of note?
I did. There was an absence of furniture when you walked into the room. We call it to me, it was either a dining room or it could have been a formal living room, and it was completely absent of furniture. And instead of the furniture, there was a large drop cloth or tarp, and it was laid out, and you could still see the creases from the packaging on the tarp.
Okay. And in the other living room area, what did you note? The lesser living room area.
I'm sorry, the what?
So as you proceeded into that room, once you got to the point of the living room where there was furniture, did you note anything?
Yes, there was, the furniture all seemed to be pushed in. There was multiple television sets, which was odd for a living room. You normally think of one television. There was a curio cabinet that was up against the couch that I mentioned earlier that was blocking that walkway or entryway. There was a curio cabinet up against the back side, like another means to block that. On the walls, there was appeared to be white spray paint in multiple areas, including the ceiling above. There was a tan couch. I'm sorry, that was a dark brown couch that was in the living room, and there was a white drip mark that appeared to be dripping, like a drip from the ceiling for where there was spray paint.
Okay. So then, did you proceed down the hallway into the various bedrooms?
I did.
Did you see anything of note in the various bedrooms?
The first bedroom was, I would say, the cleanest room of the house. There was nothing really discernible. There was some random garbage on the ground, but other than that, it was fairly clean.
In particular, in that bedroom, and I'm displaying states 98. Did you see like a pink and white blanket there on the floor?
Yes.
Did that become relevant later in your investigation?
Yes.
As you proceeded beyond that, were you present when the bodies were still present?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the different bodies?
Yes, I did.
We've had a pretty good description of that, but anything that stuck out to you in terms of reviewing the bodies?
The first body that was Nicholas Ivancic would have been the second bedroom on the right. He was originally covered by the same kind of drop cloth or tarp that we located or observed in the other room. When we went into that room, there was just an absolute overwhelming odor of decomposition and chemical smell. If you're familiar with, like, you mix something like a chemical to clean floors, and you're in a closed space, and it just that like, smell that just gets to you. As soon as you went in that room, it was just an overwhelming, smack in the face odor.
Okay, and what was the state of that room? How would you describe that?
Chaotic. There was, on the bed, there was various chemicals such as bleach, pine sol, some other cleaners that appeared empty and just thrown on the bed. A paper shredder had apparently been dumped. There was loose shreddings from a paper shredder on the bed. There was a gallon container of roofing, like basically like a roof sealant with the top off of it just randomly laying on there. The walls had paint and eggs all over them. On the dresser, as soon as you went to the right of which Nicholas's body is on the ground, the dresser would be, if you're looking in the room to his right, on top of the dresser there was, I believe, 3 different incense holders, and incense that was in various stages of burning. There was Glade products scattered throughout the room.
Okay, moving on to the master bedroom. Same chaotic state?
Yes.
And in terms of the bodies, was there anything in particular that you noted that was significant to your investigation?
Paint all over the victim's head. This would have been Richard. As soon as you opened the door, his head was right there by the door, partially covered in area rug, and then he had another, like a smaller rug, laying on his left side. He had paint poured all over his head and upper torso, and there was a large pooling of paint, like just on the top side of his head, which would have been about here.
Okay. And moving into the master bathroom, again, same chaotic state?
Yes, I would say the bathroom was probably the worst out of the.
Okay. And in terms of Laura's body, also paint?
Correct.
Red towel on top of her, and just same, like carpet or something that she was rolled in partially?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we talked some, when you initially enter, do you know for sure the identity of all 3 of the deceased people?
No, we do not.
And was that going to take some time to determine with the response from the medical examiner and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about a forensic response, and we've heard from a number of the forensic team over the course of this hearing. But does that take time to do? Does it take time for you to get back the results from the forensic team?
Yes, sir.
Do they find all the things all at once?
No, they do not.
Now, in particular, were you made aware or noticed that there was a Home Depot receipt on the island in the kitchen?
I was.
And did that become, earlier on, did that become a focal point to try and gather information from?
Yes, it did.
And we've watched the surveillance video that was recovered based on that Home Depot receipt. Have you had an opportunity to review that and at some point in the past?
I have.
And did you take note of the items that were being purchased?
I did.
And were those items that you saw in places in the residence?
They were.
And in particular, did you note that at the Home Depot there was drop cloths being purchased?
Yes, there were.
I'm displaying State's Exhibit 56. And did you see those same drop cloths, the same packaging of the drop cloths anywhere in the residence?
Yes, I did.
And where would you describe that as being?
The living room.
And was one of those packages empty?
Yes.
Also, in the Home Depot video, did you see a rope being purchased?
Yes, sir.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 51. Did you see a rope consistent with the rope being purchased at Home Depot on December 18th anywhere in the residence?
I did. The rope was, the room I described as empty with the tarp. There was a rope that started about the tarp area, and then it kind of wound itself out into the common living room.
And the individual who purchased those things at Home Depot in the video, did you recognize or come to recognize that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Shelby Nealy.
Okay. turning our attention a little bit to the outside of the residence when you were there. Were there any vehicles present?
There was a blue minivan that was underneath the carport next to the sand pile.
Okay, and over the course of your investigation, did you come to understand that Nick utilized that vehicle?
Correct. We were given information by the family members that it was Richard's vehicle, but that Nick was the one that utilized it and drove it on a regular basis.
Okay. Were there any other vehicles you associated with the residence that you expected to be there that were not?
Yes, Laura's 2013 Kia SUV was not present.
Okay. Did that also quickly become a focal point of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, as the investigation progressed and you got more information from family members and other sources, did the names Shelby Nealy and Jamie Ivancic come up?
It did.
Were those people that you quickly wanted to locate to speak with?
Absolutely.
And jumping ahead a little bit, eventually was a Hyundai vehicle registered to Jamie Ivancic found at the clubhouse not that far from the offense location?
It was.
So with the missing 2013 Kia vehicle, did you begin to pursue where that vehicle might be?
We did.
And did you also start to pursue where the defendant, Shelby Nealy, would be?
Yes, we did.
And based on information that you put out, did other law enforcement officers end up locating that vehicle, the Kia, and Shelby Nealy?
They did. The vehicle and Mr. Shelby Nealy were located at 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio.
And were they located on January 3rd, later in the day?
Yes.
Evening. Once you learned that they were located, did you travel to Ohio with Detective Scarpati?
We did.
Now, I want to jump ahead a little bit. Did you spend a few days in Ohio?
Yes.
Doing different things involved in the investigation?
Yes, interviewing, search warrant on the Kia vehicle, and then I interviewed 4 or 5 people, I believe, on the 5th.
Okay. And but I'll jump over to that soon. But in terms of the 2013 Kia vehicle that was located at Newman Avenue, did you end up working with Ohio authorities in order to obtain a search warrant to search that 2013 Kia vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And were you present and assisting when that Kia vehicle was searched?
I was.
Okay. And I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 239 to 247. If you could look at these and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state would like to move State's Exhibits 239 through 247 into evidence.
Any objection? They're admitted.
I'd like to go over some of these photographs with you. I'm going to display State's Exhibit 237. Is this a photograph of the back seat of the 2013, I'm going to call it red, but possibly maroon Kia vehicle?
Yes, that's the driver's side rear.
Okay, and in this particular photograph, were you able to note that there were child car seats as well as McDonald's trash, possibly some McNuggets there on the floor?
Yes.
Were there other items of interest that you were able to observe on the floor before you started turning things over?
There was receipts scattered throughout the vehicle, McDonald's products scattered throughout the vehicle, and then also to note on the, you can see that white lidded container that's actually in the child seat. That was a Tupperware, Rubbermaid, whatever you want to call it, product, and it had various assorted jewelry.
In that back seat area of the vehicle, displaying State's Exhibit 240, did you find, you and other law enforcement officers find this Walmart receipt?
Yes.
And this Walmart receipt, is that dated December 16, 2018, around 1:45 p.m.?
Could you zoom in on it? Yes, sir.
And were there candles and incense and Glade, lemon, air freshener things purchased?
There were.
And did this receipt become another avenue of investigation for you?
Yes, sir.
Also in that Kia vehicle, displaying State's Exhibit 241, did you locate this McDonald's receipt from December 16, 2018 at 2:03 p.m. from a McDonald's on US 19 in Tarpon Springs?
Can I see it again? Yes, sir.
Actually, I apologize. The Walmart receipt that we talked about, which is State's 240, what was the location of that Walmart?
41232 US 19 Tarpon Springs, which is in our city limits.
Are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 242. Is this a receipt that you found in the 2013 Kia vehicle for McDonald's on US 19 in Palm Harbor from December 16, 2018 at 7:18 p.m.? Purchase of chicken nuggets?
McDonald's, Palm Harbor, 12/16, 7:18 p.m. And yes, 20-piece McNugget, sorry.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 243. Were those 4 receipts that you located within the 2013 Kia vehicle?
They are.
All right, and these different receipts, was one of them a McDonald's receipt from US 19 in Port Richey from December 21st, 2018 at 1:02 p.m.? Left.
Yes.
And the order there was, again, included 20 McNuggets.
Yes, sir.
Was another one of the receipts at McDonald's from US 19 in Newport Richey from December 17, 2018 at 6:02 p.m. Again, including an order for 20 McNuggets.
Yes, sir.
Was a third receipt in this photograph for a Burger King from December 30th, 2018 at 7:50 p.m. from Pearl Road in Parma Heights, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And then the fourth and final receipt in this photograph from State Exhibit 243, was that a McDonald's from Brooklyn, Ohio, with a date December 30th, 2018 at 1:03, or I'm sorry, either 1:03 or 7:03 p.m.
Yes, I can't make out the time, but yes.
Okay, so in particular, so there was 2 receipts from McDonald's down here in Pinellas or Pasco County, and 2 receipts from up in Ohio.
Yes.
And to be clear, when you came in contact with this 2013 Kia vehicle, where were you?
Lakewood, Ohio.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 244. You also recover this receipt from the 2013 Kia vehicle from Dunkin' Donuts on US 19 and Holiday from December 20, 2018 at 11:33 p.m.
Yes, sir. I can see that.
State's Exhibit 245. You recover these two receipts from the 2013 Kia vehicle as well?
Yes, sir.
I believe one of them is the one on the left. Is that a receipt from a McDonald's restaurant on State Road 54, County Road 54 in Newport Richey, dated December 23rd, 2018 at 2:31 p.m. and includes an order for 20 nuggets?
That's correct.
On the left. Yes. The one on the right, is that from December 20th, 2018, 11:33 or 11:39 p.m. from the Dunkin' Donuts on US 19 and Holiday?
That's correct.
And I'm displaying State's Exhibit 246. Were these two additional receipts that you located within that 2013 Kia vehicle?
They are.
And the one on the left, is that a McDonald's receipt from McDonald's on US 19 in Port Richey, dated December 22nd, 2018, from 8:21 p.m. It includes an order of, actually 2 orders of chicken nuggets?
Yes, sir.
And the receipt on the right, is that a Walmart receipt from the Walmart on US 19 in Hudson, Florida, that is dated December 21st, 2018 at 2:47 p.m.?
It is.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 247. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what was this?
Appeared to be a envelope that had contained currency at one time that was found inside the vehicle.
Okay, and it had some numbers on it that were scratched out and then more numbers written underneath?
Correct.
So utilizing those different receipts and other receipts that were gathered in different locations from the crime scene or from the Hyundai vehicle, do those provide good investigative leads for you to pursue and try and piece together a timeline?
They did.
So I want to go through a number of those items with you. In particular, starting with some of the receipts that were recovered from the Hyundai vehicle or the residence. We heard testimony previously that there were some receipts recovered, in particular a CVS receipt from December 14th from 12990 Cortez Boulevard in Brooksville from 12:33 p.m. Are you aware of that?
I am.
You aware where Cortez Boulevard is?
I am.
And where roughly is that?
Hernando County,
Okay, so north of here substantially?
north of the incident location, about 45 minutes.
Okay, now, was video surveillance pulled from this CVS for that date and time?
It was.
And did you observe a person of interest to you on that video surveillance?
I did. I observed Laura Ivancic.
Okay. Additionally, another location, Murphy's Market at 3483 Mariner Boulevard, from December 14, 2018 at 1:16 p.m. Was video surveillance pulled from that location at that time?
It was.
And did you observe a person of interest at that location?
Yes, we also had Laura Ivancic on video at Murphy's Market.
Okay. And also, and I'm displaying State's Exhibit 153, you were aware that a Walgreens receipt was recovered dated December 14, 2018 from 3:45 p.m. from the Walgreens at 8400 US 19 in Portage, Florida.
Yes, sir.
Was video surveillance pulled from that location at that time as well?
It was.
And did you observe anybody of interest in that video surveillance?
Laura Ivancic was also on that video.
Now, when you saw Laura Ivancic in those videos, was she carrying a purse?
Yes.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 205. Is State's 205, is that consistent with the purse that Laura Ivancic was carrying when you saw her on the video surveillance?
It appears to be the same.
Just without the blood stains?
Correct.
And also in that Walgreens video surveillance from 3:45 p.m. on December 14th, did Laura Ivancic get into a vehicle?
Yes.
And did you recognize that vehicle?
It appeared to be her maroon Kia.
The same 2013 maroon Kia that you were searching in Ohio?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some beach boxes. And I'm going to display State's Exhibit 173. You were aware that pizza box was recovered from a box of what appeared to be trash on the front porch area of 1954 Juanita Way?
Yes, sir.
And that pizza box had a date of December 14, 2018 at 4:55 p.m.
Correct.
And there was also a phone number associated with that order, 561-891-2796. Did you have that phone number associated with somebody as part of your investigation?
We did. That phone number is associated to Nicholas Ivancic.
And within the residence, in the kitchen area, was there a pizza box dated December 15, 2018 at 6:59 p.m.?
There was.
And was that same phone number that we just talked about also seen on that pizza box?
Yes, it's the same phone number, Nicholas Ivancic.
And I guess jumping ahead a little bit, there was additionally a pizza box from December 21st, 2018 from 5:54 p.m. Was there a different phone number on that particular pizza box?
There was.
And was that one 832-412-6528?
Yes, sir.
And who was that phone number associated with?
That was found to be Shelby Nealy's phone number.
Judge, at this time, the state would ask to have been State's Exhibits 248 through 250.
All right, they're admitted.
All right, and one of them takes a while to load, so I'm not going to show you that one. But I'm going to show you states 248. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the Walmart from 12/16/18 DVD.
And you, that's your signature and date, because you reviewed this, this item previously?
It is.
Okay. And did you utilize this receipt, States Exhibit 240, that was recovered from the 2013 Kia in order to go back and check the Walmart and eventually get States Exhibit 248, either you or other detectives?
We did.
Judge, permission to publish States 248.
You may.
If I can draw your attention to the screen. Describe for us if there's anybody that you recognize.
It's Mr. Nealy entering with his children, Bella and Oliver.
Okay, did you notice what he was wearing, what shirt?
I get the backup again.
And also displaying States Exhibit 148.
Yes.
148 shirt that was recovered from the washing machine in the residence. Did that appear to be the same shirt?
Correct. It's the old school Punisher shirt.
And do you see anyone you recognize in this view?
Yes, Mr. Shelby is at the top left, placing items on the belt with his children in the basket.
All right, and those items that he's placing on the belt, do those appear consistent? I'm holding up State's Exhibit 169, Detective. Those appear consistent with the air fresheners that were recovered from the bathroom and one in Nick's bedroom?
Yes.
Also showing State's 155. And you note that there were 2 children with him?
I did.
And again, would you let us know if you recognize anybody in this view of the video?
That's Mr. Nealy exiting with his 2 children.
Again, wearing that shirt with the Punisher logo?
The old school Punisher logo.
Okay, now, did you also note that a GameStop receipt was located within the residence of 1954 Juanita Way?
Oh, we did.
And was that also a location that you went and pursued video surveillance from?
We did have detectives retrieve video, yes.
State's Exhibit 249. You seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Is that the video surveillance from GameStop?
It is.
I'm going to partially publish this because it's lengthy. Skip ahead to about 139 into the video. Is there an individual that just entered from the top middle of that screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the shirt that individual is wearing?
Yes, it's the same old school Punisher shirt.
And are the same 2 children with that individual?
Yes, sir.
30 seconds into the video. And you recognize that individual?
Yes, sir, it's Shelby Nealy.
And did he arrive with that box that we now see contains several video games?
He did.
Just remind everybody, this GameStop was that located at 33342 US 19 in Palm Harbor, Florida?
It was. It's no longer there, but that's where it was at that time.
And that was a location that you were familiar with?
Yes.
And during the course of the investigation, did you have a detective, forensic technicians go and retrieve all of those video games from that GameStop?
We did.
And in the course of doing that, did you also do fingerprints and get fingerprints from the different employees that we can see in video surveillance for elimination?
I can't testify to that. That would be for the text.
All right, and I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. About 19 minutes, 26 seconds into this video surveillance. And the defendant had purchased some video game equipment, video game paraphernalia.
Yes.
I know we skipped part of that, but. And then does he exit that store with those two children and his purchase, including the receipt?
He does.
And all of those video games that he walked in with, he left there, having either sold or traded them?
Correct.
All right, so now I want to turn your attention, talk about some things that happened on December 16th of 2018. December 17th of 2018. We haven't talked a lot about it, but was one investigative avenue that you pursued pawn shops?
Yes, it was.
And in particular, did you find a transaction at 3:56 p.m. from the Golden Nugget Pawn at 2338 US 19 in Holiday, Florida, that was conducted by this defendant, Shelby Nealy?
Yes, that was one of many pawns that he did.
Okay, and was that for jewelry?
Yes.
All right, so this takes a little load. I'm just going to display State's Exhibit 250, a Walmart video from December 18th. through different investigative means, if you determine that the defendant may have been at this Walmart at 8701 US 19 in Port G, Florida, on December 18th at about 10:30 and until about 11:30.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize anybody in that video surveillance?
The gentleman under me on the right is Shelby Nealy, and again with his 2 children.
Recognize anybody there?
That's Mr. Nealy and his 2 kids again.
Recognize anybody in this view?
That's Mr. Nealy walking, and you can see his 2 kids standing in the cart.
For the record, is he wearing a Batman shirt?
He is. He's no longer wearing the Punisher shirt. He's wearing Batman.
We're looking at view GRC entrance or view at 10:37 a.m. Could you let us know if you observed anybody that you recognize?
Mr. Nealy's coming into the image on the left side with the 2 children in the basket. Now he's going over to the right.
I'm going to display the view POS_08 starting at 11:22. Do you recognize anybody in this portion of the video?
That's an overhead view from Mr. Nealy with his 2 children in the shopping cart.
And he just put some items, that shirt that the person just put in the bag. What was notable about that?
It was another Punisher shirt, but this is the new school or new Punisher shirt.
Okay, and right there on the conveyor belt, do you see Krylon white spray paint?
Yes, notable things on there. I see 3M breather masks, incense, looks like, and a white Krylon paint.
I'm holding up State's Exhibit 176 and 170. These items that were found in the residence,
They are.
and they appear consistent with what Mr. Nealy's purchasing on December 18th.
They do.
And what he just put on the conveyor belt there, and was that notable?
So that's a gallon container of roof sealant. There's 2 of them that he pulled out from underneath the cart. They were found inside the home, one inside Nicholas's room on the bed, and the other one was located on the floor of the master bedroom where Richard was located.
paying in this transaction?
He pays cash.
Does he receive a receipt there?
He does.
I'm going to show GM exit starting at 11:25. And let us know if you observe anyone you recognize in this view.
Mr. Nealy's coming into screen on the left side, walking with his 2 children, exiting the store.
All right. And just for purposes of the record, we just saw State's Exhibit 250. You recognize that?
Yes, the Walmart disc for 1218, signed by me.
I want to go over some more, maybe. In terms of the receipts, I believe one of the receipts that we've discussed was a Walmart, or a McDonald's receipt from December 18th, 2018, 11:36 a.m., which would be shortly after or around the same time as that Walmart trip we just observed. Is the McDonald's at 8527 US 19 in Port Richey, is that in close proximity to that Walmart in Port Richey?
It is.
All right, and I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 251 through 254. Let me know if you recognize, are those photo captures from a video surveillance that was recovered from that McDonald's in Port Richey from the date December 18, 2018, at approximately a little after 11:30, probably around 11:36 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, say would like to move State's Exhibits 251 through 254 into evidence.
Any objection? They're admitted.
Showing State's 251, did you observe a red or maroon 2013 Kia vehicle pulling around the McDonald's drive-thru?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 252, is that a few moments after the photograph we just looked at with that Kia vehicle coming a little bit more into view?
It is.
And does that appear to be the same 2013 Kia vehicle you came into contact with in Ohio and executed the search warrant on?
It does.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 253. Is that same Kia vehicle pulled up a little further?
It is.
And can you see the individual who was driving?
The photo is poor quality, but yes, in the video you could clearly see it was Shelby Nealy.
Wearing that same Batman shirt that we just saw him wearing at Walmart?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 254. It's not gonna come out too well on the overhead. State's Exhibit 254. Could you see Mr. Nealy, albeit a little dark, in the driver's seat of that 2013 Kia vehicle on December 18, 2018?
Yes, you could.
All right, turning our attention to December 21st of 2018. I believe we've previously heard that you recovered that Walmart receipt from the 2013 Kia. And did you pursue, or you or other detectives pursue video surveillance from that Walmart, from that location and date?
We did.
And I'm showing you, I believe that states 255.
Yes, Walmart video 1221 with my signature.
Okay. And that particular Walmart, that's the one in Hudson at 12610 US 19.
Correct.
You familiar with that location?
I am.
And that's in Pasco County, a little bit north of Tarpon Springs.
It is.
I don't know if that was in evidence yet. I don't think it is.
We'd ask to move State's Exhibit 255 in evidence.
It's submitted.
And I guess backing up a little bit, you indicated that you reviewed the Home Depot surveillance video, which I believe was from December 18, 2018. Did you notice the kind of shoes that Mr. Nealy was wearing in that video?
Yes, he's wearing like blue sneakers.
Did they appear to have any kind of blemishes on the tops of the toe area in the Home Depot video?
No, and in the video we just watched, you can see his shoes clearly. There's nothing on them.
Publishing State's Exhibit 255. Please let me know if there's anybody in this video that you recognize. I guess the first clip is the grocery entrance 4.
Mr. Nealy is approaching the doors.
All right, is he wearing a different shirt?
He's wearing the newer Punisher shirt, the one that he purchased in the previous video at Walmart.
And does he pay for cash again?
He does.
And did you notice his shoes in this particular video?
Yes, you stop right there. You can see on his right foot, appears to be covered in blue paint or some kind of a chemical discolored.
Now, eventually, when you were in Ohio, did you guys get a whole bunch of the evidence that was collected in Ohio and clothing that Mr. Nealy was wearing when he was apprehended and bring it back here to Pinellas County?
Oh, we did.
And was one of those things blue shoes?
Correct.
And did you later have an opportunity to open up and look at those blue shoes?
I did.
And did you observe those splotches on the shoes?
I did. It's consistent with what's seen in the video.
Okay. And are those parts of the shoes, like somebody created it that way, or did it appear to be some substance spilled on them?
Looked like something was spilled on him.
Okay. All right. Now, we heard testimony previously that that a receipt from McDonald's was recovered. Oh, I'm sorry, look at that, strike that. Yes, sorry. That we heard, you earlier testified that you recovered a receipt from the Kia for McDonald's from December 22nd, 2018. And that was from the McDonald's at 8527 US 19 in Port Richey. Did you also recover, or you or other detectives go and recover video surveillance from that date, time, and location?
We did.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit, I believe that's 256.
Yeah, 1222 McDonald's with my signature.
State's 256, is that the video surveillance that was recovered from that McDonald's from that date and time?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, say I'd like to move State's 256 into evidence.
Any objection? It's admitted.
And permission to vote.
You may.
I'm going to jump to timestamp 20, 22, 28. Would be 8:22 p.m. And you see that vehicle that just came into view?
I do.
You recognize that vehicle?
Yes, it's Laura Ivancic's 2013 Kia.
And now you can also see a different camera angle shows the back of that vehicle. That's the same back of the 2013 Kia that you searched in Ohio.
It is.
And you can also see the driver of that vehicle.
You can, Mr. Shelby Nealy.
Is he wearing that same new logo Punisher shirt that we saw him in the day before at the Walmart?
He is.
And in both this video and the previous Walmart video that we watched, is he also wearing like a blue undershirt, a long sleeve blue shirt underneath the Punisher shirt?
He is.
All right, so now I want to turn your attention to December 23rd of 2018. And was there a McDonald's receipt that you recovered from the 2013 Kia for December 23rd, 2018 at 2:31 p.m. That was from the McDonald's at 7226 County Road 54 in Newport, Florida.
Oh, we did.
Is that a location you're familiar with?
Yes, very.
There's a Rossi's right there.
There's a Rossi's Italian restaurant behind it.
And this CD I'm showing you, State's Exhibit 257, do you recognize that?
It is.
Is this the video surveillance that was recovered from that date, time, and location?
It is.
Any objection? Submitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm gonna go to timestamp 1436. In about 35 seconds. Do you recognize that vehicle and the person driving it?
Yes, it's the 2013 Kia, again, driven by Mr. Shelby.
And he's still wearing that long sleeve blue shirt underneath a black shirt?
He is.
You pay it in cash again?
He did.
All right, also, through your search of that Kia vehicle, did you also find indication that it may have been in Macon, Georgia at a McDonald's?
We did.
Based on that, did you pursue video surveillance from a McDonald's in Macon, Georgia from December 23rd, 2018 around 9:30 p.m.?
I did. I contacted the local sheriff's office in that jurisdiction. I made contact with the investigator, and he went out and retrieved the video and sent it to me.
So I'm showing you stated to the 258. Do you recognize that?
Georgia McDonald's and my initials.
And is this the relevant portions of the video surveillance from Macon, Georgia McDonald's?
Yes.
So at this time, I'd like to move states exhibit 258 in evidence.
Any objection? Submitted.
Judge, permission to publish.
You may.
And is Macon, Georgia, a number of hours from Newport Richey, Florida?
Yes, 6 hours.
And right there in view at the place you would order near the top there, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, Ms. Ivancic's Kia.
Do you recognize the individual driving that Kia?
Yes, Mr. Nealy, still wearing the long blue sleeve shirt, paying with cash.
I'll skip ahead and I'll just leave the next one. You recognize that individual?
Yes, you can clearly see it's Mr. Nealy with the new Punisher shirt and the long blue sleeve, long blue shirt underneath.
All right, so I want to turn your attention, we heard from Detective Scarpati that there were some Domino's pizza boxes that were recovered, or at least photographed at 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio. And there was one pizza box from December 28th, one pizza box from January 1st. For the record, I'm displaying State's Exhibit 222. Also displaying State's Exhibit 223. And did both of those pizza boxes have a particular phone number associated with them?
They did.
And what was that phone number?
216-456-4460, and that was his roommate in Ohio, Thomas Alterband.
Okay, so that phone number was associated to a Thomas Algenbrand. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 224. How about the phone number on this one? 832-412-6528.
That's Shelby Nealy's phone number.
The same phone number that we saw on the Domino's pizza box from December 21st, that was recovered at 1954 Juanita Way.
That's correct.
Okay. So while you were in Ohio, you indicated that you used that opportunity to speak to different witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Those witnesses include Kaitlynne Fehr.
They did.
Did it include Bethany Spears?
Yes, sir.
Did it include a Summer Colt?
Yes.
And did you have, were those interviews recorded?
They were.
Did you document them in your report?
I did.
Okay. When you talked to Summer Colt, did she provide you?
Objection. Here's the-
All right, approach.
I'm not.
Okay. The jury, we've been going quite a while, so we'll go ahead and give you our mid-morning break. So it'll be for 15 minutes, so we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. To use the restroom and all that, and then you'll be in the stand when we bring the jury back in 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. do you think we have before you get the statements on?
It may be about an hour longer.
All right, so do you want to get lunch in an hour and then?
Sure, and just so the court's aware, so I'm planning on going through a couple of text message chains, then all the Facebook records, after the Facebook records, then, which are voluminous, and then I'm gonna go into the confession, so whenever I finish the Facebook records, it might be a good time to break for lunch.
Makes sense. All right, and then is interview 1 about 2 hours and then interview 2 about 2 hours?
Correct.
All right, so obviously we can go through the whole first statement and then take a break, and then obviously the same thing with the second.
Judge, just gonna renew my objections to the Facebook messages that I made previously, so I don't do it again.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Good, let's frame it.
Your Honor, jurors in the jury box conceded.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Sarabia, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Now, we were talking about, you met with a summer cult, and did she provide you access to a Facebook Messenger conversation that she was having with an individual with the screen name Shelby Rose?
She did.
And did you document that conversation or take photographs in some way?
Yes,
And also, did you meet with a Bethany Spears?
I did.
And did she similarly allow you to view a Facebook Messenger conversation that she had with someone by the username Shelby Rose?
She did.
And included in that Facebook conversation, was there a video?
There was.
And did you take steps in order to preserve that video?
I did.
And based on that information, did you take the steps, the legal documents necessary to get Facebook records from Facebook for the person with the username Shelby Rose?
We did. Detective Lemon authored a search warrant to Facebook.
Okay. Now, before we get into there, did you also make contact with some of the family members of Laura Ivancic?
We did.
And did some of them provide you access to their phones or text message streams with Laura Ivancic's phone?
They did. They provided screenshots of text conversations with who they believe to be Laura Ivancic.
All right, and I'm going to provide you States Exhibit 259 and 260. You recognize these?
I do.
And are those text message conversations with Laura Ivancic's phone that you were provided?
They are.
At this time, say we'd like to move State's Exhibit 259 and 260 into evidence.
Any objection? It's admitted.
And I want to start with Exhibit 259. And 259, was this a text message conversation with Barbara Zendrowski?
It is.
And what was Barbara Zendrowski's relationship to Laura Ivancic?
I believe sister-in-law.
So this first page, which actually has number 2 at the bottom, is this a text message received from Laura Ivancic's phone
It
on
is.
December 21st, 2018 at 5:28 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And can you read it for us?
Yes, we are fine. The talking part of my phone is broke, and we are in Texas visiting Jamie and Shelby and my precious grandbabies.
Okay. And then Ms. Zendrowski responded,
Give our love, oh, that's marvelous. Give our love to all, very Merry Christmas to all, and a wonderful New Year. Love, Jim and Barb.
and who is Jim?
Barb's husband.
Is that Laura's brother?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then the next message in that stream was when?
December 28th, 3:58 a.m.
And what was the message sent from Ms. Zendrowski to Laura?
When will you be home? Have cookies to send. You do know about Tom. He is very ill.
And that's page 4 on the bottom. So then, what was the next message in the stream?
December 28th at 8:01 in the morning. Are we going to visit or not when we come down? End of January, trying to book a place nearby.
Okay, and then what was the next message from Mrs. Zendrowski?
Later on, there was, please answer, hope Christmas went wonderful.
Now flipping to, has page 7 on the bottom. And is this the last message you just read, but the rest of it?
Correct.
Okay, what does the rest of it say?
Trying to book a place nearby was the very end. And then it goes to the next message.
And the next message in the stream is what day?
Saturday, December 29th at 3:15 a.m.
So now I'm flipping, it has number 9 on the bottom of the page. What is that message say?
And this is from Laura's phone. It says, I'm so sorry, I just got this. My phone has been acting really weird. I can't even call or hear on the phone. But no, we are going to be in Texas for a while with Jamie. We are currently dealing with a family emergency with her. We love.
Flipping to the next page, which has an 11 on the bottom.
We love you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
And what was the next message in the stream?
December 29th, 6:33 a.m. Barb replies, prayers for Jamie. Take care. Love, Jim and Barb.
And then what was the next message?
Same day at 8:47 a.m. We are sure you are overwhelmed.
And does that message continue?
It does.
And how does it continue?
However, if possible, call Luann or text her. She was in the process of contacting the police to look for you between you and me.
And then the next message, you see it, what time is that going to be?
3:04 p.m. on the 29th of December.
And what was that message?
We are in the process of talking to the police and trying to find Shelby. His vehicle was found abandoned on the side of the road. We know everybody is worried, but we have a lot going on.
And who was that from?
That's from Laura's phone.
Okay. All right. Flipping to the page, that has a 17 on the bottom of it. And what does that say?
Oh my God, OMG, oh my God. Hope he is okay. Wish there was something we could do for you.
What's the next message?
December 29th at 4:29 p.m. How are the grandbabies? There's no reply. December 31st at 8:16 in the morning. Tom passed this morning. So sad. Jim got to see him last, but he could not communicate. Hope things are better for you. Love, Jim and Barb. Moving ahead to January 2nd at 6:37 p.m. Not sure what you have on your plate, but your family hasn't heard from you in over a week during the holidays. We know this is not like you. Prayers to you and all for whatever.
That was the last, because after that, there were no more responses from Laura's phone, were there?
Correct.
All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 260. Were these text messages with Laura,
Catherine Lawrence.
Catherine Lawrence?
Yes, Catherine Lawrence, her niece.
Okay, and this first message, when was it?
This is December 29th at 3:11 a.m.
And was this from Laura's phone?
It was.
And what does this message say?
I'm sorry, I just got this. My phone has been acting really weird. I can't even call or hear anything on the phone. Is everything okay?
And what was the next set of messages in that stream? I'm on page 2.
Catherine replied, please borrow a phone and call Mom tomorrow. I'll let her know I got a text back, but she'd really like to hear from you and talk to you, please. Even Uncle Jim is worried. Also, if you need a new phone, you can go into any Verizon store in the country and get one, just so you know.
And was there a response?
There was from Laura's phone. If I get time, I will. Time to I will. I'm currently dealing with a family emergency with Jamie in Texas.
Okay.
Is this 260, by the way?
Sorry?
Exhibit 260?
260.
All right, and you're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I thought I did.
I don't think you did. I think the last one was 259, I think.
We asked him to 260 in evidence.
All right, it's in there. Go ahead.
And then how did Catherine Lawrence respond?
Catherine says, okay, followed by, well, Dad's in the nursing home and probably won't make it. So you know it's kind of important. No response. And then at December 31st at 5:09 a.m., just wanted to let you know that Dad died.
And there was no further responses from Laura's phone?
Correct.
Okay, so now I want to talk to you about Facebook records. We indicated previously that you provided some information about Facebook Messenger conversations prompting a warrant for Facebook. And did you recover or receive a response?
Extensive response, yes.
In excess of between 12,500 and 13,000 pages?
That sounds correct.
And did it include what appeared to be an entire Facebook history for that particular username that you requested?
It did.
So I'd like you to look at, we're going to start with State's Exhibits. First part.
Okay.
Facebook indicating that the records are true and correct.
It is.
Judge, at this time, state would like to move State's Exhibit 271 into evidence.
Subject to being
It's admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
All right, so I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 272. Is that an excerpt from the Facebook records?
It is.
And in particular, is that a part of a conversation with someone of the handle Damian Cunningham,
It is.
between that person and Shelby Rose?
It is.
Now, out of curiosity, are you familiar with the last name Rose being associated in any way with the defendant?
I know it was, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment.
One of his grandparents' last names?
I believe maybe Deborah. I'm not.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
Sure.
That's fine. So permission to admit State's Exhibit 272?
All right, same thing. Okay. All right, it's admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
I'm going to ask you to explain this a little bit for us. Now, obviously, we're dealing with one particular excerpt from the Facebook records, but was this from a portion of the records that was a Facebook Messenger conversation between Shelby Rose and Damian Cunningham?
Correct.
And I want to focus your attention on the one that was sent on December 2nd of 2018, or at least that's the timestamp. Can you tell us about that timestamp and what UTC means?
UTC is Universal Time, and that is translated to Eastern Time is where we're at, it would be -5 for Eastern Time. So whatever time it shows, it's actually -5.
So what is the message I pointed out? What does the time show?
So it shows 0027, so it would actually be 5 hours prior to that, so it would be 7:27 p.m. the following, so it would be the 1st.
Okay, so December 1st, our time would be December 1st, 7:27 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, and what message does Shelby Rose send?
He sends, "Hey homie, I'm moving back up to Ohio in mid-December. You already know we gonna link up."
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 273. Is that another excerpt from the Facebook records, in particular, a Facebook Messenger conversation between a Noah Mather and Shelby Rose?
It is.
Judge, at this time, State would like to move State's Exhibit 273 into evidence.
Okay, it's admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, these particular messages, what's the sequence? Does it start at the bottom or the back page at the bottom, and then move in a forward direction from there?
I believe it's from the bottom and it works its way up.
So the bottom message would have been the first one, and the top of the page would have been the more recent one?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention on the message you can see right here at the bottom, which reads December 7, 2018 at 23:34:20 UTC. Can you tell us what time would that message have really been sent Eastern Time?
So 2300 would have been about
6:34?
Yeah, 6:34 in the evening.
Okay, and what is the message that Noah Mather sends to Shelby Rose?
He says, "Y'all in Ohio, dude?" Question mark.
Okay, and what is the reply?
No, I got snowed in.
And when is the reply?
12/8/2018, and it would be 5 hours previous to 1900 So that would be around...
12:14 PM.
Correct.
So Noah Mather replies, but then the next message would be after Noah Mather's reply on December 11th, 2018. And I'm just going to convert, so let me know if I get it wrong. 3:29 PM Eastern Time. What does Noah Mather send?
You alive, bro?
And does Shelby Rose respond?
He does. Yeah, I'm just in waiting. My friend's buying me a new car for Christmas come Friday.
Okay, and the timestamp on that, if we convert it, would that be 3:54 PM
Correct.
on the 12th?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
So it'd be 12/11.
on December 11th?
Yes.
So December 11th at 3:23 PM. I'm sorry,
3:54.
3:54 PM. He says, Shelby Rose says, my friend's buying me a new car for Christmas come Friday. Was December 14th of 2018 a Friday?
It was.
And that would have been the next Friday after December 11th?
Yes.
Okay. So we get a response from Noah Mather. And then I'm going to skip ahead to the next message, which is from Shelby Rose to Noah Mather. Is that at 10:53 a.m. on December 12th, 2018?
Yes.
And what does Shelby Rose say?
Sorry I haven't been in much contact, man. I've been busy in NC, North Carolina. I'm still waiting out a blizzard in West Virginia, and Bella caught the flu. But like I think it's supposed to be said, I'm getting a new whip come Friday. He gets a discount because he's a federal agent.
May we approach?
May.
Okay, now we see a response from Noah Mather. And then they go on to talk about something else that really isn't that important. So now I'd like to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 274. And is that, from the Facebook records, is that a excerpt from a Facebook Messenger conversation with Summer Colt and Shelby Rose?
It is.
And does that one include some photographs?
It does.
Judge, at this time, State would like to move State's Exhibit 274 into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
And again, the bottom message on the back page, is that the earliest message in the excerpt?
Correct.
So I want to draw your attention to three messages from the top, which it has a timestamp of December 7th, 2018 at 002440 UTC. So would that be 7:24 PM on December 6th, 2018 Eastern Time?
It would.
And what does that message say from Summer Colt?
Come home.
And you met Summer Colt in what location? What area of the world?
Ohio,
So she lived in Ohio?
yes.
And how does Shelby Rose respond?
Almost next week, my dear.
And is that response at, doing some quick math, 10:23 p.m. on December 6, 2018?
That's correct.
Okay. Summer Colt responds. So then is the next thing that was in that text stream photograph?
Yes.
And did you recognize these two children?
I did.
And are those the two children that you saw in all the surveillance videos with the defendant and his two children?
They are.
Also, did you recognize the location in that photograph?
I did.
Where is that location?
That is in the 1954 Juanita home in the living room.
In particular, you can see like the bottom of like an electrical switch,
So,
light switch.
yeah, so there's several things that show that it's in that home. Number one, it's the same laminate flooring. You have the same tan love seat. And then just above that to the left, you can see the light switch. And then right next to that would be the hallway.
And I'm going to display State's Exhibit 50. Do we see the light switch and the tan couch and the laminate flooring in State's Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And there's what appears to be an older gentleman sitting here on the edge of the photograph on the right.
Yeah, you can only make out the subject's arm.
Okay. And then the next page of those Facebook records, which is labeled on there 11,265, does that say the date and time that that photograph was sent?
Yes, it was sent on December 7th. It would have been 2:02 p.m.
December 7th at 2:02 p.m. That would be before the conversation that we just looked at where the defendant says he's in West Virginia or North Carolina. And,
Correct.
okay. And the next page, which is 11,264, is that an additional photograph in the same location of the same two children?
Yes, appears to be the same picture.
And date and time stamp, I know it's a little small there, but is it about approximately the same?
It is.
And then another photograph, 11,262, or that's the page number associated with it. Is there an additional photograph, appears to be of the same two children in the same location?
It is.
And again, is it approximately the same date and time, December 7, 2016 at about 2:02 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Couple seconds difference?
Yes.
All right, now I want to show you State's Exhibit 261. We could look at that. Is that an excerpt from the Facebook records for Shelby Rose, in particular a Facebook Messenger conversation between Shelby Rose and Lisa Svensson?
It is.
And are you familiar with Lisa Svensson?
I am.
And who is Lisa Svensson?
Shelby's mother.
The mother of the defendant here?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, so I would like to move States 261 into evidence.
It's admitted.
And the last page is the furthest back in time.
Yes.
And we move up to get closer to current. So I want to turn your attention to the last message, or I'm sorry, I guess it would be the first message on the last page. And with the date and timestamp of that be December 2nd, 2018 at 10:37 a.m. Eastern Time.
Yes.
And what does the body of that message say?
I should be in Ohio around next Monday or Tuesday.
And going to the second to last page, which is labeled 4,279, can you see who sent that message?
Shelby Rose.
Okay, and does Lisa Svensson respond to Shelby Rose?
She does.
And shortly after, within minutes, at 10:45 a.m. on December 2nd, 2018,
Yes.
what does Lisa Svensson say?
Wow, so you're moving back or are you coming back to visit?
And what does Shelby Rose reply?
He replies back, moving.
And is that within a couple of minutes of the last message?
It is.
All right, and then does he reply twice within about 5 minutes of each other,
He does.
saying the same thing?
Correct.
So what does Lisa Svensson ask at 10:58 a.m. on December 2nd?
So what's your plan when you get here?
And how does Shelby Rose respond to that?
He responds, build an igloo and call it a day, LOL. My plan is what it was in North Carolina before I moved to Texas. Go to a family shelter and get the help I need with housing. I have like 7 sitters lined up in Ohio as well, but I want the daycare vouchers. I'm going to save up for 1 or more week and apply like crazy for jobs up there. The reason I'm not doing it here is because it's different down here. They're very reluctant to help people who are coming from out of state after the whole Hurricane Harvey.
And so that would have been sent at 11:15 a.m. on December 2nd, 2018.
Correct.
And then 16 seconds later, does Shelby Rose send an additional message?
He does.
And what is that?
And up in Ohio, I know it will work.
Okay. Skipping ahead, there's a couple more messages on the second, but then what's the first message on the message from Lisa Svensson at, it would be 2:58 p.m. What does Lisa Svensson send at 2:58 p.m. on December 12th, 2018?
Thanks. So what's going on with you and the kids? Question mark.
Okay. And how does Shelby Rose reply 3 minutes later?
Shelby writes, had to wait out a blizzard over the weekend. Bella caught the flu, so I've been taking care of her nonstop. And Friday, my cousin that's in the Navy is buying me a new vehicle for Christmas, one that can withstand snow.
Okay, and so December 12th would have been a Wednesday,
Correct.
and December 14th would have been the next Friday.
Correct.
And then what does Lisa Svensson reply 3 minutes later?
What state are you in that you had to wait out a blizzard?
Okay, and the next message, we'll see who's going in a second. What is the body of the next message?
No, there was a blizzard that was going to be in my route. I'm still in Texas.
And the page, the second page in this exhibit labeled 4,278. Who was that last message indicating they were still in Texas from?
That was from Shelby.
And was the date and time stamp on that December 12th, 2018 at 3:05 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Lisa Svensson gives a reply, but then skipping ahead to December 17th. Shelby Rose says, what are you doing for Christmas? Lisa Svensson says, we are going over to a friend's house. What is the next message after that?
Shelby says, "Oh, okay, I should be up in town this week, just so you know."
Okay, when was that sent?
That was sent on 12, it would have been 17 if you take away the 5 hours at 7:41 p.m.
Okay. And then was there a photograph sent?
There was.
And did you recognize what that photograph was of?
It's of the 2013 Kia belonging to Laura Ivancic. It's got the distinct front license plate, and you can see the siding of the mobile home park.
Okay. And the first page of this exhibit, does it indicate the date and time that that picture, that photograph was sent?
It was sent on 12/19/2018 at, would have been minus 5, 9,
11 a.m.?
yeah, 11,
Or no, I'm sorry. How did they, you tell us.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.? Okay. So then, right after that photograph is sent, what does Lisa Svensson say?
She replies, "Nice, is it yours?"
And what does Shelby Rose reply within seconds?
He says, "Yes."
Then what does he say within another couple seconds?
And then he replies, "It's a 2013 Kia."
So Lisa Svensson replies, sharp looking. And then what does Shelby Rose reply?
Shelby writes, "Gotta say, if there were ever a time I feel like your son, it's when I'm driving that sucker. I think it's just under 70,000 miles too."
Okay. All right. Multi-page exhibit, State's Exhibit 262. Is that another set of excerpts from the conversation between Summer Colt and Shelby Rose over Facebook Messenger?
It appears so, yes.
And again, I'm going to go to the back page because is that the earliest in time?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you to start at December 13th, 2018, converting to Eastern Time Zone at 4:41 p.m. Summer Colt sends a message, "Are we doing Christmas?" What does Shelby Rose reply to that?
Of course, LOL, I thought that was a given.
Okay, and his reply is much later. What time does he reply at?
Would be 9:22 a.m.
And on the 14th?
Correct.
All right, is 262 in yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, we'd ask if it's 262.
All right, it's admitted.
I guess for the record, we asked for these exhibits 263 through 270 into evidence at this time.
They're admitted.
Okay. There's some conversation about kids, and then the second to last page, which is labeled page 11,220, is there a photograph that was sent in the conversation?
Yes.
Did you recognize that child?
Yes.
And is that one of the defendant's two children?
That would be Bella.
And did you recognize that blanket?
I did. It was at the scene.
I'm going to display states Exhibit 98 of the bedroom without the body. And did you see the blanket in that room?
Yes, sir.
And is it right there on the side of the bed?
It is.
And can you tell us what time was that photograph sent?
So that would be December 14th, 2018, and that would be 10:12 a.m.
So there was then following additional photographs, or additional photograph on page 11,218. Did you recognize the children and the location in this photograph?
I did.
And are those the same two children the defendant was seen in the surveillance videos with?
It is.
And where is that location?
That appears to be in the Ivancic home at 1954 Juanita. There's a plant that's significant in the back, and then there's a piece of exercise equipment that looks like a black X behind the children.
All right, and I'm displaying State's Exhibit 30. Is that the same location?
It is.
And there was this set of photographs that were all sent at the same time. So they all have the same timestamp. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, another photograph, same child in the bedroom with the blanket that we mentioned.
That's correct.
Page 11,214. Is that the other child? Again, with that same blanket visible.
It is.
The first child again with the blanket.
Yes.
That was page 11,212. Page 11,210, again, the same child, a different photograph, the same child with the same blanket.
Correct.
And then, was there a date and time stamp associated with those last 5 photographs?
December 14th, 2018, 10:12 a.m.
Okay. Skipping ahead a little bit in this conversation. On December 14, 2018 at 10:32 a.m., did Shelby Rose send a message to Summer Colt starting LOL, I'm sorry?
Yes, he did.
And what was the rest of that message?
I was up all night finishing the packing.
Okay. So they talk back and forth a little bit. We're going to skip ahead. And now, bottom of page, starting 11,207. The first full message on the bottom of that page, can you tell us what time that's at and what it says?
12/14/2018 at 21:22, so that would be 4:22 p.m. And it says, I meant I'll hold you, LOL, my bad, daddy's tired.
Okay. And to be clear, the surveillance video that you talked about earlier from Walgreens at 3:45 p.m. on December 14th would have been less than an hour before this message was sent?
Correct.
In that Walgreens surveillance video where you observed Laura with the red Kia?
Yes.
Okay. And Summer Colt sends a message about 23 minutes later saying, why are you so sleepy? What does the defendant say in response to that message?
Daddy works out, honey, plus car shopping was today.
And what time would that have been sent on the 14th?
2219 Universal, so that would be 5:19 p.m.
Okay, he follows up with, the kids were rascals, and Summer Colt sends a message, you got a new car at 5:25 p.m. on the 14th?
Correct.
How does Shelby Rose respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. It was time for the other one to go. I traded it in for a 2013 Kia SUV thing. More room, better vehicle. I'll still get good mileage too.
And what time would that message have been sent on 14th?
2232 Universal would be 5:32 p.m.
Okay. And what does he say about 10 seconds later?
But it'll be great for winter.
All right. So there's some flirting going on back and forth. And then another excerpt, does the defendant, or does Shelby Rose send a photograph?
He does.
Do you recognize the individual in that photograph?
That's Shelby Nealy.
And do you recognize the location of that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that location?
That's the bathroom inside the home at 1954 Juanita.
And I'm displaying State's Exhibit 160. Is that a photograph of that bathroom?
It is.
And you see the towel rack, which in this photograph is empty, and the, I get, what is that, a space heater?
Yes, so you've got the towel rack, you've got the countertops that match, and then to the right in this photograph, there's a small gray or silver space heater that's on the counter.
Okay, and I'm also going to display State's Exhibit 155. And you get a better photograph of that space heater?
Yes, you can clearly see the space heater in the top right corner of the counter.
And what time was that photograph sent at?
That would be on December 14th at 23:23, so that would be 6:23 p.m.
All right, and skipping ahead some, on the bottom of the page with number 11,186. There's a point where on December 15th at about 11:35 p.m., Summer Colt says, give me updates, following what appears to have been an attempted phone call. And what does the defendant say in response?
Hey babe, a lot happened. I'm going to give you a call later. I'm still coming to Ohio, don't worry.
And when does he send that message?
That's 12/16/2018 at 18:52, so that would be 1:52 p.m.
1:16?
Yes.
All right, she sends a couple of messages. When will you be here? I have to work at 3. You need to be a better answerer. And what does the defendant respond at 6:11 p.m. on the 16th?
I'm sorry, babe. I've been busy all day. I'm in the process of selling a lot of stuff. By the way, I already bought you Christmas stuff. LOL.
You skipped an important word that I want you to go back and highlight. It says, in the process of selling a lot of
My stuff.
my stuff. Okay. Okay. He asked when to get off work. She says 8:30. She asks, why are you selling stuff? Skipping ahead. So what story does the defendant give at 10:26 p.m. on December 16, 2018?
Shelby writes, hey, so I'm trying to get the kids to sleep, so I'm going to try and explain what's going on. Basically, long story short, I got robbed by my cousin while I was getting an oil change. He took my money, I had in an envelope. He was also watching my kids and took off as soon as I got home.
And how's he follow that up?
$6,325 gone.
Okay. And again, within a couple of minutes, does the conversation continue where Shelby Rose says, I only had like $700 on my person. It was at where I was staying in an envelope. Is all that messages he sends?
Yes.
Summer Cold asked him why he's not in the bank. There's some conversation back and forth about that. And then, again, within minutes, what does the defendant say at 10:27 p.m. on December 16, 2018?
He says, yeah, that's what took all day yesterday.
Summer Cold asked him, did you get it back? And what did the defendant say, again, within seconds?
Banks also end up taking my money and no, he's on the run.
Summer Colt says they don't take your money, you need to put your money in the bank. And again, within a minute, how does the defendant respond?
I'm in the middle of selling my grandfather's coin collection.
She says, is it selling? What does the defendant say?
Yeah, but because it's Sunday, not a lot of places were open.
Now, remind us, December 16th of 2018, that would have been a Sunday?
Correct.
All right, so there's some more conversation. She says no reason to have some granting around on or on you at all, unless you have it in a safe, maybe. And then what does the defendant say in response to that?
It was in a safe, baby cakes.
And again, this would have been at 10:30 p.m. on December 16th, 2018?
Correct.
All right, and then does the defendant, Shelby Rose, send photographs?
He does.
So page 11,181. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Do you recognize that location?
I do.
And where is that location?
That is in the Ivancic kitchen area, dining room at 1954 Juanita Way.
And how can you tell that?
It's got the butcher block table, and then behind in the background, they've got very distinct curtains that are hanging up. And there's also, to the left of the dark coin book, there's a Lazy Susan type light colored wood that's in crime scene photographs.
Okay, and I'm going to display State's Exhibit 119. Is that the same location that you were talking about?
Yes, if you look in the back, you can see the curtains that I mentioned, and then in front of the curtains behind the paper toweling is the Lazy Susan that I mentioned, and then you can see the butcher block style top table.
Also, those items, did those items look the same as some of the items that were recovered with Detective Scarpati from the Newman Avenue residence in Ohio?
They do.
And I'm going to display States 235. In particular, is that sheet of rolled up ones pretty unique?
Yes.
Like uncut bills, like probably from the Treasury or something?
I don't know where he obtained them from, but yeah, I've never seen that before.
What time was that photograph sent at? at December 17th, or I'm sorry, December 16, 2018 at 10:30 PM.
That would be correct.
All right, skipping ahead, so we're at 11,179. There's a photograph. What was that, the photograph we're about to look at, is that sent at the same time approximately?
Yes.
Seconds different?
10:30.
All right, and again, jumping ahead a little bit, there's a third photograph we're gonna look at. Was that photograph at also about 10:32 PM on December 16th, 2018?
It was.
Followed by a message by the defendant within seconds that says, "That be my safe."
Correct.
All right, so let's look at the photographs that the timestamps go with. Page 11,177. Did that look similar to the laundry basket with a bunch of coin paraphernalia that we just looked at?
Yes.
And then there's a photograph of what is this? On page, I'm calling it 11,175.
That is a photograph of the safe located in the Ivancic home in the laundry room.
Okay. I'm displaying State's Exhibit 149. Is this the location of the safe in the laundry room, just behind that door, where we can just barely see the edge?
It is. It's just behind where the open cabinet is to the left of the air filter and this, about before the sink.
You can kind of see that dark outline there. Is that the safe?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to State's Exhibit 263, which I believe we've now already entered into evidence. Is that an excerpt of, from the Facebook records of a Facebook Messenger conversation between Shelby Rose and Marissa Murkowski?
It is.
Do you have permission to display?
Mary?
Again, I'm going to turn to the last page. I'm going to start about the center of the page. The first message in December, would that have been approximately 1 a.m. On December 15, 2018?
Yes.
And Marissa Murkowski, the first who initiates the contact, says, "Hey, long time, no talk, how have you been?" How does Shelby Rose respond to that within a minute?
Shelby replies, "I've been doing okay. I'm actually in the middle of packing for Ohio. How are you and your daughter doing?"
And Marissa Murkowski replies, and then we're going to do some math. So what is that,
9:47 a.m.
9:47 a.m. on December 15, 2018. How does Shelby reply to the previous message?
"I'm glad you left that asshole. Someone as beautiful as you deserves better. And yeah, they're doing good. Bella's finally over being sick, so we can leave for Ohio this weekend."
Okay. And then there's a couple of photos, or there's a photograph. A couple of photographs he sends that we've seen in the previous text stream. I'll zoom out because it takes so long. And what time were those two photographs sent?
12:15, and then it would have been at 9:47 a.m.
So I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 264. Is that an excerpt from the Facebook records that documents the Facebook Messenger conversation between Shelby Rose and Bethany Spears?
It is.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to the last page. All right, so then there's a December 3rd, then who initiates the next contact, which would equate to 11:49 p.m. on December 17, 2016.
Shelby Rose sends, holy fuck.
All right, and then right after that, or within, I'll say 5 minutes of that, what does Shelby Rose say?
He writes, "You'll never believe what just happened."
Again, this would be like 11:53 p.m. on the 17th.
Correct.
So within about 10-15 minutes, Bethany Spears replies, "Tell me." And then immediately after, which would be 12:07 a.m. into the 18th, what does Shelby Rose reply? We're going to zoom up just a little bit.
He says, "Remember that useless ass dad of mine that died when I was 17.
Going on to the next page, which would be labeled 3119 at the top. Bethany Spears says, "Yeah," and what does Shelby Rose say about the same time?
Sorry, that sounds a lot more harsh than I really mean. I went through a lot of fucked up shit this year and got a little colder towards certain shit that used to hurt my feelings." Followed by, "Anyways, I inherited $25,000.
So Bethany Spears, within about 11 minutes of that, says, "No, I was only using the ... because I was nervous about what you were about to tell me. LOL. But WTF, how?" And then at 12:21 a.m. on December 18th, what does the defendant tell Bethany Spears in a series of messages?
Says, "Oh, okay, LOL." Followed by, "He stored a lot of his shit at his friend's house." Followed after, "His friend found out I was in Texas, took me to the shed my father built. And oh my God, dude, 25,000 in a briefcase, rings upon rings that are thousands of dollars, a coin collection that can't even be fit in a whole picture. He kept it all this time for me.
Okay, Bethany Spears says,
No fucking way."
and then the defendant says, again, approximately the same time, "Well, TBH, he had no idea about the money. It was in an envelope in all these coins." And let me skip ahead. We've seen this photograph before in another stream. What time was that photograph sent in this stream?
That would be 12:18, around 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and again, another photograph that we saw in another text stream, so I'm not going to zoom out. Another one. And those were sent by Shelby Rose at again about 12:36 a.m. on the 18th.
Correct.
All right, Bethany Spears responds. And then again, about 12:37, December 18th, it says that Shelby Rose sent a video. Now, you told us earlier that you met with Bethany Spears and were able to review this messenger text stream on her device?
Correct. She presented her cell phone and showed us the conversation, pictures, and video.
Okay. And were you able to recover that video from her cell phone?
I was.
And is that what is on State's Exhibit 265?
Yes.
All right, Judge, permission to publish State's Exhibit 265 at this time?
You may.
And because when Facebook responds with a long series of documents, does that have videos in it?
It does not.
And did you take a video of her cell phone?
I did. I used my department issued cell phone and I took a video using my phone of her phone.
I'm going to play the game because I kind of jumped around due to the high-tech CD player I'm using. But did you recognize that location?
Yes.
And also, right there, back up just a bit. Did you see some envelopes with some writing on them?
Yes.
And in particular, was there an envelope that had something scratched out and underneath it, the $sign 2K?
Yes. So the top right envelope, you can see, looks like some squiggly lines through it, like to eliminate what was written before. And then there's another number underneath it. That envelope was recovered in the Kia.
All right, and again, I'm going to display states 247. Is that the envelope? Yeah, is that the envelope you're talking about?
Yes, and if you look, you can see, as I showed you in the last picture, the top right, it's kind of squiggly line through, and then he also put a line through, and then you see the 1K underneath.
All right, and then later on in the conversation, what would be 1:44 a.m. on December 18, 2018, starting with who you telling. What does Shelby Rose say?
I'm completely okay with how 2018 turned out.
For the record, that was the first page of State's Exhibit 264. All right, turning your attention to States 266. Is that an excerpt from the Facebook records or documents, part of the Facebook Messenger conversation between Shelby Rose and Miriam Al-Nasseri?
It is.
You have permission to display?
You may.
And I'm going to start on the back page with the timestamp that would equate to December 18, 2018 at 3:35 p.m. What does Shelby Rose send to Miriam Al-Nasseri at that time?
About 5:35.
5:35 p.m. in Eastern Time.
Awesome. Would you guys want to go?
Yes, 5:55.
Okay. Awesome. Would you guys want to go to a weed dispensary with me to Colorado? If I paid for everything in the next couple of days, I'll buy y'all weed.
Just follow up with a couple more messages.
Followed by and food, followed by and hotel.
Okay, and Miriam Al-Nasseri responds, that's a lot of money, of course I would love to. I don't smoke anymore. And then at 5:39, that would be 3:39, right?
It would be 3:39.
3:39 p.m. on the 18th. How does Shelby Rose respond?
I'm just lonely. If I flew you two down here, down to where I'm at, would you guys drive with me there?
And she responds, what's the drive from where you're at? He says a day and 4 hours to stop. And then up at what would be 4:01 p.m. on December 18th, 2018, what does he say?
Says, I got a Kia though.
And we've seen this photograph before. Again, this is the Kia that you searched and also at the offense location.
That is correct.
Okay. And what time was that photograph sent to Miriam Almasari from Shelby Rose?
That would be at 4:01 p.m. on the 18th.
Miriam Almasari says about 14 minutes later, that's yours? Question mark, LOL. And how does Shelby Rose respond?
He replies, yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 267. Is that an excerpt from the Facebook records of a conversation between Shelby Rose and Abby Fisher?
It is.
And I'm going to start on December 18, 2018 with what equates to 10:34. On the second page, what does the defendant say about what would equate to 10:34 p.m. on December 18th?
You knew any landlord people?
All right, she says, yeah, my boss, but that's about it. And the defendant responds at 11:29 p.m. on the 18th. How does he respond?
Oh, okay. Do you know if your boss has full tenants?
Okay. Defendant says, how are your kids? And she said, I'll ask. And then Abby Fisher asks, you moving back? What does Shelby Rose say?
He says yes.
And that would be at what time?
8:58 a.m. on the 19th.
Okay. And then he follows up. What? I apologize. I'm a little ahead of you. 8:50, he replies, what?
Yes.
And then 8:50 a.m. on the 19th, or 8:58, what does he say?
He says, I'll be there Friday, actually.
Okay. They have more small talk. And then skipping ahead to 3:09 p.m. on the 19th. What does the defendant say in response to a question about budget?
$900 a month, and my journey down here is at a close. I got what I needed. Now I'm needed up in Ohio.
All right. Jump out over a little bit. States 270, is that another excerpt with Miriam Almasari?
It is.
I'm displaying States 270. Towards the bottom of the page, December 26th at 12:42 a.m. Shelby Rose sends her a listing, and does it indicate what the address of that listing is?
It does. 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio.
Okay. And Shelby Rose, does he immediately after follow that up with another message?
He does. He says, "That's my house. Bathroom is fixed up."
Okay. And then again, within a minute, what else does he say?
"When I was in Texas getting robbed by my blood."
Okay. And then again, within a few minutes, what does he say at 12:47 a.m. on December 26, 2018?
"LOL, thanks. I'm a criminal genius, my dear. There's nothing I can't do anymore."
Showing states 269. Is this another excerpt from a conversation, Facebook Messenger conversation the defendant had with a Noah Mather?
It is.
And I want to draw your attention to messages the defendant sent at December 18, 2018, at what equates to 3:37 p.m. Near the bottom of the page, on the last page, Noah Mather says, "What's up?" And what does the defendant say at, actually, I guess that would be the 18th at 3:23 p.m.
Shelby writes, "Want to take a road trip."
So Noah Mather responds a little bit later, inquiring where to. What does the defendant say at 2:02 p.m. on the 19th?
"My bad, man. I'm thinking to Clearwater, Florida."
So Noah Mather says, "I'm down, what are you thinking?" And what does the defendant respond much later on at 10:14 a.m. on December 20th?
"Like Feb," for February, question mark.
Noah Mather says, "When?" Like days. And what does the defendant respond at? Do the math again. 3:15, or no, you're right, 1:59 p.m. on the 20th?
Yes. Dude, the day of love.
All right, and when is Valentine's Day?
February 14th.
And then the defendant sends photographs. Can you tell us what you observed in these photographs?
It's a full case of Bang energy drinks.
And what's in the background there?
A laundry basket.
Does it appear to have rolled up dollar bills?
It does, and it appears to be the same laundry basket with the same holes.
All right, and the second photograph, what is that?
That would be a different flavor, full case of Bang energy drinks.
And what do you see in the background there? Got a briefcase that looks consistent with the one that was recovered from the Newman Avenue address.
It's hard to make out, but yes.
Zooming back into when when the first photograph was taken with the laundry basket in the background, can you tell us or when that was sent?
12/21/2018, and that would have been at 5:09 p.m.
Okay, and then the second photograph with the briefcase thing in the background. Date stamp about the same time?
Correct.
And then December 30th at about 10:53 a.m. on 2018 was the defendant, or Shelby Rose, to Noah Mather.
"Yo, man, my bad. I've been setting up a new house we had to get because the old one is small."
All right. The last of the Facebook documents that I want to discuss with you In addition to Facebook Messenger conversations, the Facebook records also contained posts that the defendant would just put out to the world.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 268. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And was that a post, or a couple of posts the defendant made, a post the defendant made with 2 photographs and a caption?
Yes.
All right. Actually, so I don't have to zoom in. Can you tell us what the caption was and when it was posted?
Every little girl needs a pink stuffed animal bigger than them. And that was on 12/20, and that would have been at 12:46 p.m.
12:46 p.m. on December 20th, 2018.
Yes.
All right. And the 2 photographs that were associated with that post, were these notable to you?
Yes.
I'm going to do a second one. What was notable to you about these photographs?
So you can see it's in the, again, once again, it's in the Ivancic home. The dark brown leather couch that was in the residence. The pink hippo was actually recovered in the same room. And then if you look at the top left corner of the sofa, you can look, appears to be white drip marks from the spray can, from the spray paint that either came off of the wall or off the can or off the ceiling, depending on where it was at. And then the pink wall behind with the white slatted blinds showing you that it's in the Ivancic home.
And you recognize that child as the same child, one of the same 2 children that had been in the previous photographs we just looked at, as well as the surveillance videos of the defendant?
Correct, that would be Bella.
All right, and also I'm going to display State's Exhibit 54. And is that the couch in the offense location with the pink hippo and the white paint splash?
Yes, and you can see in the background of the couch, you can see the same slatted blinds with the pink wall.
Also displaying State's Exhibit 56, close up with the pink splash.
Yes.
Okay. That's all the Facebook record I'm going to go over with you. Judge, did you want to?
All right. Members of the jury, inasmuch as it is lunchtime, I'll go ahead and give you a lunch break. It will be for an hour, so we'll see you back here in 1 hour.
Folks, please place your notepads face down on your chair.
To it or not today, but do you want to go over the other 2 victim impact statements?
I have a copy for you.
Okay.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And we can start with the one that is handwritten, and we are in agreement on that.
All right. Well, that makes things way too easy on that one. All right. So how about one by Sarah Lawrence?
Just get close.
I see things are crossed out here. Is this a request that you had, or is this what the state did?
That's the ones that the state has agreed with that.
All right.
Right, Judge, and so the additional that I think should come out is if you go to the bottom of page 1, where it says, both Nick and Jamie were so incredibly special to me. there's no relevance as to, for purposes of this trial, as to Jamie being special to her because she is not a victim for death penalty consideration.
We can take out the NJD, Judge, I just missed that one.
Okay.
And then if you go to, let's see, the first paragraph on the second page, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm sorry, it would be, let's just say the end of the second line of that first paragraph. It says, in my life, I learned the kindness and grace from my Aunt Laura, the strength and calmness from my Uncle Rich, the drive and determination from Nick, which I agree is all comes in. But then it says the confidence to be myself from Jamie.
All right, so we'll take that out.
Yeah, sure.
And then the last one, Judge, is the last paragraph, 4 lines up. It says, I no longer get to dance with my uncle or have him walk me down the aisle, which is fine, but then it says, now that my dad is gone. And I don't think we need the extra sympathy about her father being deceased.
Well, except it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the uncle to walk her down the aisle, because normally that's what a dad does.
If he
but-
had not been killed, he would have been there as a stand-in.
I don't object to that he could have walked her down the aisle, but we don't need the added that her father's dead.
All right, we can take it out, but I can understand the argument that her uncle was going to do it. Normally, the dad would do it, but he's not around either. But any objection if we take that out?
That's fine, Judge.
All right. So we'll take out now that my dad is gone. All right, so that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was easy. All right, anything else before we take lunch?
Not from the state judge.
Okay. All right. So are we down to 55 minutes? Approximately. All right. So we'll see you then.
All right, circle court being recessed until
almost,
Convictions previously.
okay. Okay, I think almost all of them are coming out, but there might have been some that are staying in that you didn't want, but not many. All right, so are we ready? All right, everyone's here, including the defendant, so let's go ahead and bring them in.
The other redaction instruction.
Yeah. Welcome back, members of the jury. Any issues while you were at lunch? No? Very good. State, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Anderson, we talked about a lot of things. Now I want to turn your attention to January 3rd, 2019. You said you traveled to Ohio. Did you get there early morning hours of 2014?
We landed late night on the 3rd, and I arrived at the Lakewood Police Department early morning hours of the next day, yes.
Okay. Once you arrived, is that pretty much your first priority was to go and make contact with the defendant?
Yes.
And we've been talking about Shelby Nealy a whole bunch here. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point him out and identify something he's wearing?
Gentleman on the far right with a sweater with his hands crossed up by his mouth.
And Judge, may the record reflect the witnesses indicated the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
And we've been referring to him in a bunch of surveillance videos, and we'll continue to refer to him in videos, but does he look a little bit different today than he did back when you met him on January 4th?
He does.
2019?
Yes.
Okay. So January 4th, early morning hours, was it your intent to try and make contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, you made some reference before to having some training and experience doing interviews. What sort of training do you have in interview techniques?
The investigative interview class I took in 2006. I also have multiple certifications for forensic interviewing, mainly with children, but it also applies to adults.
And what is the value of having some training in interviewing techniques?
Basically, they show you different skill sets, different ways to approach different people. I personally try to find some kind of common ground between the person I'm talking to, something that we have in common or something that makes us relatable to each other, that they feel like they can talk to me and they want to open up, and I try to almost make it feel like we're buddies.
Okay. And were you trying to get as much information, just general stuff about the defendant as you could from officers with the Lakewood Police Department that dealt with him, or any other source that you could as you were traveling and as you got to the Lakewood Police Department?
Yes.
And based on all that, did you and Detective Scarpati discuss strategy in interviewing this defendant?
Oh, we did.
And what was kind of your strategy going in?
We talked on the plane ride extensively on the way there, and the decision was made that I would interview him.
Okay. And do you feel like you interviewing him one-on-one would potentially produce better results?
We both agreed, yes, that it would.
Okay. So, sitting down with the defendant, did he agree to talk to you?
He did.
And did you provide him with his Miranda warnings?
I did.
Did you do that in the form of a printed sheet of paper?
I did.
And Judge, approaching the witness of what's been marked as State Exhibit 271. You recognize that?
I do.
And is that a copy of the Miranda warnings that you showed to this defendant back on January 4th, 2019?
It is.
And did he initial different places or sign it?
He did. He initialed in 2 places, and then he signed full signature in cursive with the date underneath it.
And you wanted to make sure that he knew that what his rights were and that he could talk to you if he wanted to, but he didn't have to?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, say I'd like to move States 271 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
So over the course of interviewing this defendant, were you nice to him?
Yes.
Were you friendly?
Yes.
Were you doing different things relating to him, minimizing certain things in order to get better responses or potentially better responses?
Absolutely. So when talking to the person, the first thing I knew we had in common before I even got there was we both drank Bang energy drinks. So I actually stopped at several stores on the way to the interview to an attempt to purchase Bang energy drinks because I wanted to walk in and show him that Bang energy drink, and he'd have, hey, we've got common ground, we both like Bang energy drinks. Something small, but it gets your foot in the door, and then throughout that you can build a rapport, start talking conversation, and basically work your way from there, just building rapport with the person.
Had you been able to find Bang energy drinks before you got there?
No, I could not.
Okay. Did you find a substitute?
Yeah, I had to settle for Red Bull.
Okay. And additionally, are there a bunch of things that you sympathize with him about or talk to him about over the course of this interview and a subsequent interview that was all for purpose of trying to relate to him and trying to get him to make statements to you?
Correct. Your main goal is to keep that person talking, and usually the more serious the crime, the harder it is for that person to convey to you what they've done, because they don't want you to look at them a certain way. And if you show like a certain level of understanding or agreement with what they're saying, they're more apt to keep talking to you and tell you what has occurred.
Okay. And the interview, let's talk, the first interview you did with the defendant, was it audio and videotaped?
It was.
And can you give us a general idea of what he said?
Started off, I wanted to start with his childhood, and we started at his childhood, and pretty much right out of the gate, he said, you know, we all know why you're here for what I did.
Okay. And did he confess to killing Jamie Ivancic?
He did.
Did he also confess to killing Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic?
He did.
And did he, over the course of the interview, give you details about where and how he did that?
Yes, he did.
And would you be able to describe for us using State's Exhibit 16, kind of where he described those things happen?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, may the witness step down?
You may step down.
Just briefly acquaint us with the layout again.
So this is the carport. This would be where Nicholas's blue van, was one that was owned by Richard, was located. This is the outdoor patio area. This was a shed. Walk up 3 or 4 steps. This is like an outdoor floor room. These are where the sliding glass doors were. You make entry into the home. This is the area where the tan leather couch was with the blood stain on it. Continue this way. This is the kitchen. And when you come down, this would be the first room where the tarp was laid out, with the rope that kind of went out into here. This is the living room where the love seat that was highlighted earlier with the children sitting on it. This is where the dark brown leather sofa with the paint drop was. against this wall. The front door is approximately right here. You can see the steps. Go down the hall. First one on the left is the laundry room. Second door would be the bathroom. First door on the right would be the bedroom we refer to as the no-body room. That's where the kids and him were staying. The second room to the right would be the room where Nicholas Ivancic was found. And then the last room would be the master bedroom. Just inside that doorway, Richard was found approximately here with his head facing the door on his back. Coming into the master bathroom is where Laura was found, approximately right there. And then the street would be right here.
Okay, and can you describe for the jury how he laid out where he claimed that he killed these different people?
So during the interview, Shelby advises that everyone is gone from the house. Nick is at work, and Laura is out shopping. So he's at home with Rich, and he knows that's when he can get Rich. So Rich is somewhere in this area in the kitchen. He comes up and kills him in the kitchen.
Okay, can you describe how he did it?
Yes, he hits him with a hammer numerous times. He falls to the ground. He then thinks it's over with, but then he either hears breathing or gurgling. So he goes back over and attacks Mr. Ivancic again until he knows he's deceased.
Okay, then what did he describe he did until Laura returned?
So Mr. Ivancic is here on the floor, and he waits for Mrs. Ivancic to come home from shopping. He advises that she comes in through the front door, which would be here. She walks in, and as she's approaching, the kitchen side entry, so she hasn't seen her husband. Obviously, she hasn't seen her husband dead, and no reaction. When she gets almost to the doorway, he comes up behind her, hits her in the head, and attacks her, killing her, and she falls somewhere in this vicinity of that room with the tarp. And I believe he said it was stabbed because she was carrying a cup of coffee.
Okay, and Nicholas Ivancic, how would you describe what happened with Nicholas Ivancic?
So Nick is still at work, so in the interim, he takes Laura and puts her into an area rug. He then drags her from this area down the hallway, through the master bedroom and into the master bathroom, leaves her on a rug, then goes back out, puts Richard on another area rug, drags him. He doesn't say which way he goes. I'm presuming this way because it's the path of least resistance. Goes down, back down the hallway, puts him in the bedroom, closes the doors. He then proceeds to do mopping and cleaning before Nicholas gets home. Nicholas arrives home sometime later that evening. He advised that they hang out, they smoke together, and they ate, and they watch The Grinch. And at some point in time, Nicholas falls asleep, and Shelby advised he tiptoed over to Nicholas after retrieving the hammer and proceeded to bash him in the skull until he killed him.
Okay, and did you tell me anything about moving the furniture around and what couch Nick was supposed to have been on?
Nick would have been on the tan cloth couch when he was killed. After he killed Nick, he drug him into Nick's bedroom, and he put the tarp over him, and then closed the door. This couch was then moved over to this opening. I think you described how I described to you in the beginning, how the couch seemed out of place because it was blocking the doorway. So he had taken the bloodstained couch and moved it into that room, blocking the door, and then he took the curio cabinet and put it there, and then moved the brown dark leather couch. It's unknown where it was located, but my guess during the absence of furniture being in this room, that it may have been in that empty room where there was no furniture. It was then moved over against the wall.
Okay. So, I think you're good with this, so you can resume your seats. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 272. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
the first interview and my initials.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state would like to move stage 272 into evidence.
All right,
And
any objection
public?
besides what was previously noted? All right.
Right.
So it's admitted. All right, yeah, I have it here.
Okay.
All right, members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence. You may publish the video.
Virgil, we see the video, that's you?
Yes.
How you doing, Shelby? Detective Anderson. Cold? Yeah, some coffee. I heard you wanted some coffee, so we got. Some coffee.
Appreciate it.
I understand you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, well, I thought we'd get this done in the morning.
Cold? Yeah, some coffee. I heard you wanted some coffee, so we got you some coffee.
Appreciate it.
I understand you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, well, I thought we were going to get this done in the morning and everything. I didn't know.
Would you prefer to talk in the morning? I'm here to, I want to talk to you as soon as possible. I came a long way to talk to you.
Yeah, how late are you here till in the morning?
Well, I'd rather do it now. I mean, I traveled a long way in a short amount of time.
No, man.
Okay,
No,
all right.
I apologize.
That's okay. Hey, like I said, I'm here to listen to you. I want to hear everything you have to say. I don't care if it takes all night.
Do you
Okay?
think I could possibly get a blanket though?
I can
I
have
do.
it.
I
How
hate
much?
to ask, I just had bad PTSD with
Put a
the
whole blanket or anything like that?
Yeah, sure.
All right, they're gonna get you one. All right.
I'm sorry, I
Thanks,
just
man.
had bad PTSD, coldness.
PTSD with coldness?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was homeless for like half a year in the winter of 2015 and 2014.
Oh, really? Where was that at?
Up here in Ohio.
Okay, what's that supposed to be? Okay, all right, before we before we start talking, just one formality. I have to give you this form. Can you read and write? How far did you go in school?
To
11th grade, so you can read and write.
Yeah.
The English language, you have no issues, you don't need any assistance, you don't need anybody to read it for you. Okay, what I need you to do for me is print your full name, and I need you to read questions 1 through 5, When you get to question 6, initial yes or no. Question 7, read it, initial yes or no, then your full signature and today's date at the bottom when you're done, okay?
I don't have to read it out loud, do I?
No, unless you have a question. Hopefully the coffee will warm you up and we'll get you the blanket.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good, it's cold. I got off the plane and I said, oh my goodness, it is freezing.
You came up from Florida?
Yes.
I take it? So does that mean I'll be riding with you when we go down?
No,
No.
it is the 4th. Right, then I'll sign the bottom. Did you give that to Mr. Patty? Okay. All right, well, the floor is open to you, Shelby. I want to hear, like I said, I traveled a long way to talk to you. I want to know everything and anything that you want to tell me about whatever you want to talk about. Okay, and when we get done with that, if I have questions, I'll ask you some questions. That sound fair?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Where do you want to start?
Well, we're not calling bullshit. We know why you're here. It's for the 3 deaths and everything.
Okay.
Correct? Okay, well, obviously I did it. I'm trying to think of where to begin this long story.
You want me to ask you a question to get you started?
I mean,
Or do you want to just think about it and you can start wherever you want?
I mean, the story kind of like, because I know your questions are basically like, why the fuck did this happen for obvious reasons? I mean, you know what, why don't you start with questions and I'll just make my way into the story
Okay.
in a second. So
Okay.
go
Well, I want to start way back.
way back.
Childhood. How was your childhood?
Oh, we want to go there. You know, it was a good, man.
Mom and dad both there? Single mom, single
Well,
dad?
my birth father, he was in Texas my whole childhood, but you know, I had a stepdad and he took care of me, and I considered him my dad
Okay.
and everything. I would say I had a relatively good childhood. Really started going downhill when my father killed himself, my birth father.
Okay.
He,
How old were you when that happened?
I was 17, and it was a day after my 17th birthday.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's terrible. So every time you think of your birthday, you think of that probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Yeah, so I don't really celebrate all like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, my childhood was good. I had, are my kids taken care of? Like my mom picked them up and everything?
I can ask. I believe they were with the child protection people, but usually I was on a plane, so I can't say exactly where they are. When we're done, I'll find out exactly what you want to know, and we'll speak to the officers that are from this area,
Okay.
and we can better inform you of exactly their location.
Okay.
Okay.
So last time I checked, my mom was on her way.
Okay, she may have.
Yeah.
Like I said, I literally, Shelby, I got off the plane, and I came straight here.
Yeah. And
So-
I'm sorry about all this, you know. I didn't want to do any of this shit, man, to be honest with you. I mean, but continue with your question.
Okay,
That's
so
bullshit.
your dad passes away,
Yes.
and then you're with your mom and your stepdad?
Yes.
Okay.
And
How was it
then-
growing up? I mean, good?
I mean,
You said it was relatively good childhood?
yeah, childhood was good. I didn't run into problems until literally my early adult life, like literally as soon as I turned 18.
So when you were a kid, how were you disciplined? There was no like physical abuse, mental abuse?
No, I mean, I would get disciplined like any other kid. I was bad, you know. Get
Well, everybody has
ground
different.
get ground from my stuff, get my stuff taken away, but you know, I wasn't the easiest of children to deal with either, you know.
Like getting into mischief or?
Yeah, I was very mischievous and rebellious growing up. I also got prescribed ADHD. I just think the rebellion came from like strict rules and everything, like a normal child.
Right. You just didn't like the rules?
Yeah, so I would just break them.
Well, kids go through that.
Yeah, my like, I don't know if I'm psychotic or not, but my psychosis didn't really start taking effect until I was adult life, I turned 18. I moved out of my parents' house. You know, I'm still in school. I'm smoking weed and all this shit. I knocked out the girl, and then just somewhere down the lines, I dropped out of school. We married, and shit was just. I think shit. I just had too much going on my plate back then.
That's a lot for a young man to handle.
I just was still dealing with my dad's death and everything, so I started lashing out and hitting her and everything, and the marriage ended.
What was her name?
Her name was Kaitlynne.
Kaitlynne?
Yeah,
Okay.
but we're on good, just because all that stuff happened back in the past, we're on very good terms now.
Did she have the child?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how old was that child?
She is 6.
And what's her name?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So go ahead. Can you interrupt you?
So I went to jail for domestic violence for like a couple of days, and that was a real, I would say a wake-up call, but then it really wasn't, because like I started doing criminal stuff, because then I went homeless shortly after that, so I started going into Giant Eagle and stealing my food and everything, and then I would go to jail for that. So really, like 18 and 19 were like my jail days, honestly. Like I was doing not super bad stuff, but not.
Were you doing stuff to survive?
Yeah.
Or were you doing it just because you were bad?
No, I was doing stuff to survive, like
Right.
stealing food. Occasionally I would steal fun stuff because I was homeless and I wanted to have some type of fun. Because I had like a DVD player that I carried and everything, so I would steal some DVDs.
Well, let me ask you on the homeless part.
Yes.
You said your mom was good. You had a stepdad that cared for you.
Yes.
Did you were homeless by choice? You didn't want to live by rules?
No.
Or this was after the girlfriend and the
This
baby?
was after the girlfriend, the baby, the jail. So
Okay.
at this point,
But you
my
couldn't go
parents
back to
don't.
homeless.
Yeah, my parents don't really see a good person at this point.
Okay, I got
So
you.
they're not really trying to have that around, like under their roof and everything, which is completely understandable. At that point, their son's a teenager. Their other son is a teenager. I was smoking weed and all that stuff. It wasn't an influence they needed. But that homelessness definitely fucked me up a little bit.
Okay.
Like I could definitely tell I got PTSD from it.
So how long were you homeless? Approximately?
6 months.
6 months. And what changed?
When I met my second wife, which is their mother.
Jamie.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you meet Jamie?
I was a manager at Burger King by this point. Her brother was my employee.
And where is this at? What city and state?
This is Ohio. This is actually up here.
Okay.
Before we all moved down here.
Okay.
Ohio.
What city in Ohio?
Tarpon.
Parma. Okay.
I went home with him one night and to smoke weed, and she was just sitting there in the garage, and we just sort of hit it off from there.
Okay. So, and like approximately when was that? Like what month, week, year? Do you remember?
I can tell you it was 2015. Oh, when I met their mom. Actually, that should be.
Yeah, when you met Jamie. Doesn't have to be exact, just approximately.
I want to say around April 2015.
April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And then was it like one of those love at first sight things?
Yeah, it was very quick.
Hot and heavy quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then me, her, and her brother moved down to Florida and shit. And I started dating her and living with her. That's when shit really started getting bad. Everything was cool at first. Occasionally we would argue, and she would smack me here and there. And I was like, it's whatever. It's a woman. They lose control of their emotions. And by this point, of course, this is after the whole domestic violence bullshit. I'm really not trying to hit a woman and all that shit. So, unfortunately, their daughter was very, how do I put it, disrespectful towards rules when living under. Can I get some water? I'm sorry.
Sure. Get some water.
Yeah.
when you moved from Ohio, is it just you, Nicholas, and Jamie? The three of you moved down?
Yes.
And you moved
Well,
to-
we actually, she was actually cheating on me with her fiance, and he moved down there, but then he moved back up. But that's besides the point.
Yeah, Judge, I'm not sure what happened, but the system isn't.
That's the point.
Okay.
But yeah, we're down there.
Where were you guys living in Florida?
West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach, okay. Way down south.
Yeah.
And how did you guys pick that area?
Their dad was living down there
Okay.
way before any of them because the mom and him had gotten into it. They were arguing a lot due to Jamie. And so basically he just moved down south. As crazy as that is, I never heard of that.
Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to you and Jamie, like how do you think you're doing as a dad?
How do I think I'm doing as a dad?
Yeah.
I
Your
think
kids.
I did pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Jamie as a mother? How do you think she is? How do you think she does?
She did not do good.
Can you give me some examples of why she didn't do good?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. She's not alive anymore because of what she tried to do. We're going to get into that.
Okay.
You know, I do apologize. And when I first started the conversation, it was kind of hard for me to like piece together how to like tell you that, but you know, we're at a good point now. She passed away. We'll get into this incident, but there was an incident down in Florida where she had an extreme case of psychosis, and I'm sure you can look up all her records and stuff. sure you've seen that she's attacked her parents in the past and all that good shit. She would get into a mode that she just could not control. When I tell you, it would literally be like looking into the eyes of a demon. It literally was. So she came at my daughter with a knife after she had like got done severely beating me. And there are scars on my body and shit, you know. And I'm not giving myself an excuse, man. I'm just telling you the reason as to why shit happened. But when you come at my daughter with a knife, I had to stop you.
Right.
And unfortunately, I went too far. I choked her out, and then when the blood started coming out of her nose, I stopped. But
It was too late.
it was too late.
And where was that at?
This was at a house. This was the last house that we had down in Florida, and this was about a year ago.
So she's been deceased for a year?
Yes.
Okay, was that in West Palm?
No, this was in close to Tarpon Springs.
Pasco?
Newport Richey.
Newport Richey.
Pasco.
Do you remember the address?
Dude. I know it's Norwood Avenue.
Okay.
As for the exact number, I do not
Okay. Do you
know.
remember?
I can point out the house to you.
Okay. Do you remember the color of the house?
Yes, it was white.
White house?
It was, you turn on the road, it was the third or the fourth house on the left.
Okay.
It'll be a driveway where, it's a strange driveway where like, does that, and turns around and.
Okay, so it's like a half moon
Yeah.
driveway,
Yes.
White house. Do you remember the trim? Was there like any trim, shutter trim or paint trim?
I think it was like a blue shutter trim.
Okay.
Like I said, I could point out the house if need be.
So you choke her out, you see blood, you let off of her, but she's already deceased.
Yes,
Where is she now?
I buried her in that backyard.
She's in the backyard of that home.
Yes, buried.
Okay. In the backyard, if I gave you a piece of paper and you could just like draw a rough map, could you draw like a rough map of where she would be in the backyard?
I did point it out to you.
Okay.
Just because I don't know how long it's, I haven't gone there and visited or anything. There
Okay.
could be grass.
Right, just, what I was gonna say was like, Shelby, if you could do like, we'll just draw, like have you draw like a square representing the house, and then a backyard, and then like a rough estimate of where you remember it being.
Yeah, because I just want to help you guys at this point, man. All right, so house.
And you can draw big if you need to, you got the whole piece of paper.
Yeah, I just suck at drawing.
Yeah, so do I. Mine, I draw stick figures, so.
All right, so say this is like the little deck that you walk in on.
Okay.
You turn immediately right and like walk 5 steps out, and she should be buried right there.
Okay.
So
Now, I'm just gonna do some writing on here, okay?
Go ahead.
So, and you tell me if I'm wrong at any time, okay? So this is Norwood Avenue,
Yes.
correct? This is the front
Yes.
of house. Okay. And there's some kind of a wooden deck off the back.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just gonna draw an arrow, wooden deck. And then
To the right.
5 paces to the right.
To the right. Outside the deck, yes.
Okay. And then you may not remember. Do you remember how deep it was?
Way deeper than that stupid hole I dug out earlier.
Deeper than the one you dug at the other house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Way deeper. Probably like double that.
So 5 feet estimate?
I would
5
say
feet
so.
deep? Okay. Okay. Did anybody ever ask you where she was?
Oh yeah. I mean, I lied.
Well, I mean, obviously you're gonna lie if, something like that has happened, but I'm like, who asks you where she is? Like, doesn't Nick go, hey, where's my sister? Or her parents call you, or?
Oh, yeah. And thankfully, I knew her so well. I knew how to act like her. phone or anything. I would just act like her. I was on text message and everything. You know, sometimes I act angry at the parents and all this stuff, but dude, I would just feel bad. So I would like send them pictures and everything of the kids because like they were persistent. And of course, you know, everybody else, you know, because I left for it immediately.
After that?
Yeah.
Let me, and I don't think I asked this.
Go ahead.
Approximately, what was the date that this occurred?
It literally happened around a year last year ago. Like,
Approximately a year ago?
Like literally at the beginning of 2018, like this, like January.
January of 2018?
Yes, like I was gone by the end of 2018. Or not, by the end of January, I'm sorry.
So do you remember the beginning of January? End of January?
It was definitely middle of January.
Middle of January of 2018 on Norwood Avenue in Newport Richey?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's fast forward. Is there, well, let me stop. Is there anything else that you want to discuss about that incident that you think's important, or that you want to get off your chest? Or
No, I mean, this is the type of shit she did to me. She,
what was that from? Fingernails, a knife, or
this was a knife. This was a hammer.
that the mark right here?
Yeah.
Did you ever call the police on her
The police were called on her multiple times
in Newport Richey? Or where?
in just in Florida and Ohio, man. Like, but I was just under her control, man. Like, I know I come across as the evil one, and quite honestly, I am. You know, I'm a monster for the shit I did. But unfortunately, there's a reason for the shit that I did. She would go in jail. Her parents would lie for her. She would come out. She would go into the psych ward. Her parents would lie for her. She would come out. I would lie for her because I was under her control.
Now, when you say she was like the psychosis that you described, was she seeing a doctor or a psychologist?
She refused to.
Refused to? She on any meds?
She refused to be on any meds.
So
She thought that she didn't need any help.
during the duration that you knew her, she never went to the doctor that you know for her?
We tried to get her there, but she just did not like what the doctors had to say. And so she'd be like, I'm not going there anymore. It was, you know, every day my kids saw a woman beating on their dad, and I just didn't want that life for them.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I didn't ask you. And when this occurred, when you choked her
Uh-huh.
and she passed away,
Yeah.
what room of the house were you in?
What room of the house?
Yeah, where were you in the house when it happened?
Living room.
The living room? And you said that she was coming at your daughter, Bella, correct?
Mhm.
And she had what did she have?
She had the fucking butcher knife.
Butcher knife? So you're saying, was it like raised up? Like she
Yeah,
was-
no, dude, she was coming at her. You don't understand when she gets into those modes. I've seen her mom get in front of her, and she smacked her mom like it was nothing. Like, she had schizophrenia, bipolar, and
Undiagnosed, right? That's what you think she had? Or
No,
was
it
it
was
diagnosed?
diagnosed.
It was diagnosed.
It was
Okay,
diagnosed.
okay.
She had definitely, she was, during her childhood, she was seeing nothing but psychiatric doctors, and especially in her teenage years, because she was a wild child. Her parents would let her stay out till whenever. She would come home at 6 o'clock in the morning. She told me she did 30 hits of acid in the course of 2 months, which is insane. It's like,
Do you remember the time of day it was, or was it at night when it happened?
it was midday.
Midday. When you said you intervened,
Mm-hmm.
were you injured at all during that episode?
Yeah, that's what that's from.
So the scar on your right forearm that you're showing me, about mid-forearm, that was from the incident, January 2018, from Jamie, when you intervened, you got cut with a knife. And then you
Well, this was before the intervention. She had already beat me up. I was already cut up and
Right,
everything.
but I'm
That
saying
was-
on the night that you killed her,
Mhm.
do you,
Yeah,
did you get injured that night?
Yes. this is
So
around that
when
time.
you intervened between her coming at your daughter with a knife, you sustained that injury?
Mhm.
Okay, in the living room of the home in Newport Richey?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you leave Pasco County, where do you go to with the kids?
Ohio.
You go back to Ohio?
Yes.
And you stay with who?
I stay with myself.
Stay with yourself?
Yeah, I had some money. I threw down on a place. Sorry, I'm just readjusting myself.
You're fine. I know those aren't the most comfortable things.
They're fine. I bought a place in Elyria. I tried to make it work. I even got a job and everything, but people just weren't babysitting my kids. Babysitting was hard to come by.
Mhm.
And of course, during that time period, I was afraid to get on welfare because it's like they're going to be looking for
Mom.
They're going to be like, where the fuck is mom? And then, so I left there for like a couple months. And then I can't make it. My parents can't help me because my brother has cancer at this point. He beat it though.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah. So I have to move to Texas to where all my other family is at. So I did that for like half a year, I believe.
Who did you stay with in Texas?
I stayed with my granny for the most part. And then me and her got into it.
What's her name?
Oh shit. Deborah Gray.
Deborah Gray, okay. She's still living?
Yeah, she's alive.
Okay.
Then she kicked me out because she couldn't handle the kids. But I was working a good job. I was working in the oil field for a while there. Then I get another place in Jamie's family for the most part. And it's just...
Are they pestering you, like, where is she? We haven't seen her?
No, it's not even that.
You're still doing the texting like you're her?
Yeah.
But did she have her own phone and you had your own phone, or did you guys only have one phone that you shared?
We only had one.
Okay, because I was thinking to myself, like, you had to keep paying the bill to keep playing like you were her.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so you shared a phone and you just pretended to be her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't really call it sharing a phone. It was mostly hers, but yeah, that's how that happened.
Okay. So Granny says you need to go.
Yeah, I get my own place, and then I have my own place for like another 3 months, so we're getting towards the end of the year, and unfortunately now I'm seeing something has to be done because I don't want to get caught, and I basically go down to Florida. I do that.
Okay, let's back up, because we need to be more specific as possible. You're doing awesome. Okay. At what point in time, what month, was it like a spur of the moment thing, I'm going to Florida, or were you like devising a plan, like I need to go to Florida?
It was more of a spur on the moment thing, like.
So what day of, I'm assuming it's December,
Well,
correct?
it actually worked like this, because I was going to lose my place too, because I couldn't hold my job, because I was running into the whole babysitting.
Childcare again.
And so I think I just got into a mode of panic, to be honest with you, because that was the first real time that I didn't know how I was going to keep shit together and everything.
Right. So what, at that point in time, what kind of,
And also on top of it, I had told her that we were coming down there to vacation to like kind of hold her off and everything, and now that's not.
and you say her, you say we need Laura?
Yes.
So you call, did you speak to her, or was it a text message?
Text message.
So through text message, you tell Laura in Florida, hey,
Yes.
did you imply that Jamie was coming, or did you say
Yes.
me and the kids?
I implied that Jamie was coming.
Okay. So I'm sure she was excited, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that about? Do you remember the date that you initiated the contact and saying you were coming to Florida?
I want to say August.
Oh, way back in August?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, now granted, I had no intention of going down there.
Right.
I was just trying to hold her off, and then I was going to be like, we're busy with work, this and that. And unfortunately, I lost my place by the time that time period came up. And I don't know. I was afraid I was going to get caught, you know, she was dead and everything. I just wanted to, this is going to sound retarded, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure my kids were okay, you know?
So were you worried that they were going to try to take them from you?
I was worried that they were going to try to take them from me. I was worried that, honestly, no offense to them, they were great people, and I did care about them and love them greatly. I did. I actually got along with her more than my own mother,
Right.
which is sad. You know, I didn't want to do this shit, man. I didn't want to do any of this shit. But they just don't know how to raise kids, man. Like, flat out.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. So you initiate conversation with Laura, August. When do you leave Texas and drive to Florida? What date?
I can tell you it's in the beginning of December. And as far as the exact datage, I would have to go through my phone to be able to tell you that.
Okay. Like, in relation to Christmas, how many weeks prior to Christmas do you
that-
think that you got to Florida?
It was definitely like beginning of December.
Beginning of December, you drive from Texas to Florida.
Mhm.
What are you driving?
Her old car that I had.
Jamie's old car?
Yes.
Is it a Hyundai?
Yes.
Do you remember what color?
Silver.
Silver Hyundai Elantra?
Yes.
And what, does that Texas tags, Florida tags?
Florida tax.
Okay. Where's that car at now?
It's actually parked at the Meadows.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, is it by the clubhouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a silver Hyundai Elantra, four-door, you remember the year?
2010.
2010 silver Hyundai Elantra with Florida tags parked at the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're not sure the exact date? In December?
Yeah.
Beginning to mid-December?
No, it was beginning.
Beginning in December, you pack up the kids,
Mm-hmm.
pack up, I'm assuming, the stuff you're taking with you because you're leaving everything else behind, right? You drive to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Does she know you're coming, or you just kind of show up?
No, she knows I'm coming.
She knows you're coming.
However, she thinks that Jamie is staying behind due to work issues and everything.
Okay, okay. So you arrive.
Mm-hmm.
How's it go?
It goes great at first. You know, I kept putting off killing them. If I'm going to talk about this moment, we'll talk about it. I put off killing them, and I tried to look for every alternative not to do it. And of course, I didn't have to do it. There was no reason for me to do all this, but I felt bad. I kept putting it off. They were enjoying time with their grandkids, and
At what point in time did you decide I have to kill them? Was it when you were driving there?
No. I fought with it literally up until I did it.
Okay, so when was your first thought of, I need to kill them?
Oh, it was definitely on my way there.
While you're driving there,
Yeah.
you're thinking to myself, I need to kill them.
Yeah, if I'm going to survive and raise these kids and not get caught. And then I get there.
Because they pose a threat to, what you believe was a threat to your custody of your children.
Yeah, well, not even in custody, me getting caught, and I didn't want them raising my kids. Like I said, they don't know how to raise kids, and I hate to say that, but they're very great people. The kids that they raised did not come out good at all.
Right.
Jamie was a prime example. Nick, he was just, he wasn't even a person. He was just there, just
Yeah.
living. He just sat there, played video games,
Yeah.
went to work.
Okay. So you
Sorry,
I
I know I keep getting off track.
no,
Everything is-
you're doing great, man.
It's just that this shit's hard for me, man.
You're doing great. You're doing great. While we're in the steps, I'm trying to get stuff. I don't want to forget things.
Of course.
And I kind of want to try to, as sequential order as we can, so we're not jumping around. You know what I mean?
If I'm being honest with you, we've been doing awesome on the order.
Okay.
As far as time and everything, as far as chronological order.
Okay.
We've been doing very good.
Okay.
So-
So you get to Florida. Do you keep your car at the clubhouse all the time?
No, it was parked in their
They're parked in their driveway a couple times? Okay. So you get there, where are you sleeping?
I'm sleeping in that first room on the right.
First
I
room
know
on
you've
the
been-
right.
I know you've been in the house.
Yes, I have.
The first room on
First room on the right. Okay. Where are the kids sleeping? Are they sleeping on the couches?
the right. No, they were sleeping in there with me.
Sleeping in the bed with you?
Mhm.
Okay. So, go from there. You get there, and you said everything was going great at first, right?
Yeah, by the way, also what made things easier to not be able to talk on the phone with them, for Jamie not to be able to talk on the phone with them, there was a debt collector from the old house, because, the old house got trashed. I kind of trashed it to, make them not really, think that there was a dead body there,
Try to throw them off.
Yeah, I was trying to be intelligent. It was the most unintelligent thing you can do.
Well, while we're talking about that, when you put her in the grave, you cover it, did you do anything to disguise the top of the grave, put leaves over it or anything? Because I've seen, you look at the backyard, you don't want to see this fresh pile of dirt.
Yeah, no, I put something over it. It was, we had a bunch of these wooden, oh god damn it, where do you call them? Not wooden planks, but basically there was a bunch of shit that could have been used for construction in our backyard that I would put over.
Just laid it over the top of it. And what did you do with the excess dirt? Just spread it around the yard, or?
Oh, I just put it all in the grave. It all fit in there. And then I just smoothed it out and then put stuff over it.
Okay. All right, so fast forward, we're back to your Tarpon Springs. Your kids are staying in the bedroom with you. You go down the hall, first door on the right.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm there for probably a good 2 weeks before I killed him, though. Unfortunately, I almost got out of it too, because with this debt, I acted like this debt collector, had a undercover agent that you can buy or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. But basically, I made it seem that this debt collector knew where Jamie was at if she were to enter Florida. So then, at the end, they were like, well, we could just come to Texas with you and visit her. And then, on that day,
So is that when you decided, I have to kill them because they're getting too inquisitive? Is that
Not even, they weren't even inquisitive, man. They were always trusting of me.
And do you remember what the date was?
December 15th and December 16th.
December 15th and December 16th is when you killed them?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember?
The
Okay.
parents, go ahead.
No, I don't want to stop you. Go ahead.
Um,
Said the parents.
The parents passed away first, and then I dragged their bodies into their room, cleaned it up, waited for Nick to get home, spent one last night with Nick, and then when he went to bed, I killed him too. I basically tried to make it to where they didn't see it coming in, they didn't feel any pain. That was my
So
concern.
you're saying the 15th going into the 16th, correct?
Mhm.
So it's late at night.
Well, they died at 1 and 2 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And then, like I said, I take their bodies, I clean up the mess. Nick comes home around 5 or 6, we hang out and everything. Nighttime comes, he goes to sleep, and then I get him.
Okay. I just want to get it, like I said, I just need the details. Okay, so 1 or 2 in the afternoon, you're there with the kids. Okay. Where's Rich and where's Laura?
All right, so
Who do you
Laura.
go up to first and then second and?
Laura goes to the store, Nick's at work, and that's the perfect time to get Richard. So he's got his back to me.
Where's he at?
He's in you enter the house, you go to the left, that dining room type area.
Correct. Is
That was
where
blocked off by the couch and everything.
Yes. Where you had the kids' toys set up?
Yeah.
In there, okay.
That's where he passed away.
Okay, and you said you didn't want him to see it coming.
Yes.
What did you hit him with?
A hammer.
A hammer?
Yes.
Okay.
And I basically killed him with it.
Okay. back of the head, like right in the middle of the back of the head? You just came up behind him and hit him? Does he fall?
Yes, he falls.
Just falls to his knees, or?
No, he's unconscious. And then,
One shot, he's out.
well, he's unconscious, yeah.
Okay.
And then I whack him again a couple of times on the head to give him a quick death.
Do you remember where on the head?
No, because if I'm being honest with you, I wasn't trying to commit the act in the first place, so I'm not really trying to look. I know I definitely got him right here, but all I really did was bash him a couple of times and then walk away.
Okay.
And then he passed away.
Did you hear him still breathing, or?
When I did, I would go over there and whack him just to try and get him to be done, because I didn't want him to suffer anymore.
So, after you hit him the first couple times, you walk away, and I still want to put words around. You hear him, so you go back and you hit him a couple more times?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you have to keep going back?
That was the only one time that I had to go back.
Okay, so if you had to guesstimate how many times you struck him with a hammer, what would you think?
I would say 5 to 7 times.
5 to 7 times. And it's right in the area by where your kids' toys were at?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are Bella and Oliver at when this is happening?
They're in the room.
They're in the bedroom you were staring at with the door closed?
Yes.
Okay. Did they come out?
No, they can't open doors or anything.
They can't open doors?
No.
Okay.
No, I had the room completely baby-proof for them, so they were safe. They never saw anything of that sort. I always kept them away from that, because...
You said that was the 15th into the 16th, right?
Yes.
So 15th at 1 to 2, Rich, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. Laura comes home from, okay, so Rich goes down, you know for a fact you've killed him.
Yes.
What do you do next? I know you said you drug him, but how do you drag him? He's a big guy.
Oh yeah, he definitely was. I had to use that carpet. However,
Where was that carpet located?
It was right underneath him when it happened.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, I waited until the mom got home to move.
So you left him there on the rug until Mom comes home?
Yeah.
Now, when she comes home, does she come in through the front door, that sliding door?
She comes in through the front door.
Through the front door?
They never came in through the sliding door.
Okay.
I don't know if that's important or not. Information for you.
So where are you at when she comes in the front door?
Oh, I welcome her and everything, and then she's walking towards the kitchen, and then I get her before she sees anything coming.
So she never saw her husband laying there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So was she carrying groceries?
She was carrying coffee.
Carrying coffee?
Yeah, which was sad.
Okay, so she's carrying coffee. You greet her at the door.
Yeah, and
she
then
starts walking
starts walking towards the kitchen. Still
Okay.
doesn't notice her husband.
Okay.
And then I basically take her out before she can notice anything.
Okay, and where do you hit her?
Same place.
Back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. She drops immediately?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then...
So she's in the same room as her husband?
No, she's in a different room.
Where?
She is in the living room, walking towards the kitchen. He's in the dining room.
Okay.
Towards the left and everything. Like I said, I don't know how the fuck she did not see him when...
So she basically walked pretty much right by him, from what you're saying?
No, she did not walk by.
No.
Like I said, I don't know, but do you remember the layout of the house?
If you want, you can draw. We'll give you another thing, and you can draw.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to make it...
Yeah. Just draw it bigger scale. I know you said your drawing's not good. I don't care. We're not here for art class, so.
Yeah. All right, so front door.
You want just right underneath there, just right front door. That way, when I look at it later, I'll know what you.
And then this is where he would be at.
Right, just right underneath it, Rich, for me.
Here's, of course, couch. And then she walks. She's walking towards there. I stop her right here.
Okay. So you hit her in the back of the head. She drops.
Yeah.
How many more times do you hit her?
I would definitely say I hit her a good 4 to 5 times because after dealing with Rich, you know, I saw that, you know,
You want to make sure.
yeah, I want to make sure that you're dead and not suffering because that, you know, I know it's fucked up, but that was the last thing I wanted was for him to suffer.
You said they're good people.
Yeah.
They considered they deserve what they got, right? Where did you get the hammer from?
No.
Was it in their shed?
It was in one of the drawers,
Like a junk drawer in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so she's on the ground, they're both deceased.
Mhm.
What time do you think it was that you get her?
She was like literally in the 2 p.m. range.
Okay. Approximately an hour later, you get her.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're both down.
Drag both of them.
Which one do you drag first?
Definitely Rich.
Rich, he's on the area rug.
Yeah.
So you tell me you gotta tell me how you did it, because he's a pretty big dude, and I'm not taking this offense. You're not near as big as he is.
Oh, yeah.
That's gotta, you had to like busted your ass to get him back there. Yeah. How long did it take you to get him from there down the hall and into the room?
Dude, honestly, only 5 minutes.
Probably your adrenaline through the roof, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've gotta be like, do you know when Nick's coming home, or is it like, oh shit, I gotta get going, Nick could come home, I gotta get them out of the way?
At that point, I didn't know when Nick was coming home. So you're right. Definitely adrenaline played a big part into it, I think, moving him. But yeah, I got him out there in like 5 minutes, and then I moved her in there, and then I cleaned up all the blood with the mop and everything. And he didn't notice anything when he got home. I finally did get a hold of him.
Where was it, and how did you get Laura into the bathroom?
There was another rug that was close to her. I threw a towel on her. Sorry, I'm fine. And then I put her on the rug, and then I trapped the rug.
Okay, but you brought Rich first.
Yes.
How did you get her past Rich? Because he was, from my recollection, he's laying on his back with the rug covering him in the doorway. You have to pass the doorway to get into the bathroom.
No, I'm sorry. I think I brought her in first.
Okay. That's why I'm asking these questions, because you could have done it, but I want to make sure we're right on the order, because for you to get her over the top of him would have been a pretty good feat.
Yeah.
So
no, that would not.
Now that you think about it, you're positive you drug her back first.
Yes, she got drugged back first.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, so you get both of them on their area rugs into the room, close the door. You just chill with the kids until Nick comes home?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What time
was
is he
everything? It's like 6 or 7 when he gets home.
And was he at work?
Yeah, he was at work.
What does he do for work? I never found out what he did for work.
I think it was HVAC. Something
HVAC, like air conditioning stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So he gets home.
Could we take a pause real quick?
Sure.
I need to use the bathroom.
Actually, definitely. Let me get one of the detectives to take you to the restroom. Better? All right. All right, so. And I'm just gonna clarify this, because now when you say Rich was over here in the dining room area, are we talking about like
towards that sliding door?
I'm getting right, the sliding doors here, there's the couch. Because I saw a lot of blood stains on the couch.
The couch wasn't moved at that point.
I understand that, but is the blood staining that's on the couch from you striking him? Does he fall against the couch? On the couch.
That's from Nick.
That's from Nick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Dad falls there, nothing gets on that, you mop up the floor?
Yeah, the couch was right here at that point. It's not moved over there or anything. I moved it over there during the process that I stayed there.
Okay.
Nick was asleep on the couch when I killed him, so that's where all the blood stains on the couch come from.
Okay.
And then I moved the couch to block off that room so the kids don't run in there.
All right, now we're cooking, because I was completely, when I was in the house, I kept saying to myself, why does that couch block the doorway? Why would they, like, I'm not an interior designer, but you're blocking an access way to, it just doesn't seem, it's okay.
Yeah,
so
that was all for the kids, so they wouldn't run in there and everything.
Gotcha, okay.
Because even though it was like cleaned in there and everything, like, I don't know, I'm still, you know, I
Right.
didn't want them anywhere near that type of shit.
Understandable. I mean, you don't want your kids to see that kind of thing. Okay, so let's backpedal a little bit. So, just to clarify, they're both down. You've killed both of them. We drag Laura
Yes,
into the bathroom.
yes.
Rich, dragged into the bedroom. We close the door. Okay. You're playing with the kids until 5 or 6 when Nick comes home.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you wanted to spend one last night with Nick. But you said you know you have to kill him because obviously you killed his parents.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So he comes home. Tell me what happens when he comes home.
He comes home, he brings some weed and everything. He's got edibles and all that stuff. You know, I start giving him money and she like order us a pizza. I get us more weed, that type of stuff.
How did you get more weed?
Huh?
How did you get more weed?
Oh, we went to he went to the dealer to get some more and everything.
Did you go with him?
No, I stayed home.
Okay. And he has a car, right? Minivan?
Yeah.
Where's his minivan?
Minivan's parked in that driveway. That's his minivan.
The blue one that's there is his minivan.
Yes.
Because I talked to a bunch of people and they kept saying, no, that's not his minivan. He drives a dark minivan, dark colored minivan. They kept saying this dark colored minivan. We couldn't find this dark colored minivan.
Old people are idiots. To be honest with you.
So that
I think
minivan-
they noticed something, yeah.
Okay, so that minivan is still at the house is Nick's. Okay, I'm sorry, I know I interrupted you. Nick comes home, you guys are smoking weed, eating edible marijuana together.
Yeah.
You know, you guys have been friends for a long time. You want to spend one last night with him, so go ahead.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing much more to it.
What time is, so I'm assuming you guys are watching TV together and he falls asleep at some point. You're kind of waiting for him to fall asleep.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm assuming you know I have to kill him tonight,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That was
So you're watching TV, he falls asleep.
Yeah.
Where are you at when he falls asleep on that couch with all the blood stains, but it's at that point in time.
Here's how it happened. We're watching The Grinch and everything. He gets tired. He goes to sleep. I put the kids in the room. I wait until I think he's asleep. I fall asleep myself. And then I wake up at like 3, 4 in the morning. And then I grab the hammer. I tiptoe to him. And then I do what I did to them. You know, I don't like saying it, but I do what I did to them.
Same thing, same hammer?
Yeah.
So the same hammer you killed you used the same hammer to kill all 3 of them?
Yes.
So he's asleep. I know it's hard to say, but we're almost there. You got him through 2.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
I know.
So you go up to Nick and then what happens?
I crack him right here.
In the temple?
Yeah, and then I just keep hitting like 7 to 8 times.
Is it any time does he wake up or?
He like jolted awake at first, I think, but his body was in too much shock to like really process what happened.
Right, like he never like opened his eyes or said anything or
No,
anything like that?
No, none of that ever happened. I made sure that they, except with him, unfortunately, I made sure that they didn't feel any pain. They basically died instantaneously.
Okay.
Besides him.
So you kill him on the couch. Okay. Then what do you do with his body?
I take it into his room.
Did you put him on anything or do you just drag him?
I covered up his head and everything. Granted, I did it in the dark, and for some reason I knew that I fucked him up the most out of everybody, and I don't know how.
And how did you know that? Just from the facial damage that you saw?
I didn't see any facial damage.
You said you knew you fucked him up the most, so I was assuming that you saw the damage.
No, because blood went everywhere. And that was
As you're hitting him, blood's going everywhere.
Yeah, that was the first time that happened.
So when you hit the other 2, it wasn't?
Yeah, it wasn't a splatter rate.
Okay.
And it was. And then I have some towels underneath, or a blanket or something. It was a blanket. It was a blanket I had.
Is that the orange and black one?
I think so. Whichever one that he was on.
Okay.
Everything. I take him and I drag him into his room. And then I clean up the area. And then my kids wake up and,
So you clean up the area, you mop it all?
Yeah.
You move the couch
Move the
from,
couch.
from the wall
yeah,
by the door
Mhm.
over to by where you took Rich out?
yeah.
Okay. Blocking that entryway?
Mhm.
Okay. So you close the doors, and you said yourself your kids can't open the doors.
Yeah.
My biggest fear is, if I'm you, is, holy shit, I don't want my kids opening the doors and seeing dead people.
Yeah, I know. That's why I made sure that they could
Okay.
get out. Yeah.
Um,
Trust me, my kids are my number one priority.
I believe you wholeheartedly. For someone to do something of this extent to protect their kids, I'm not saying it's right. And I know you know it's not right, right? You know right from wrong, right? You know what you did was wrong. But at the time, I think maybe you thought you didn't have any other options, right?
Exactly.
You were pretty much out of gas, right? Out of options. Okay. So that's the 15th and the 16th, correct?
They pass away on the 15th and he passes away on the 16th.
16th, and then like in the middle of the night, whenever you wake up, do you remember what time it was? I think you said
It was 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 o'clock in the morning. You remember it being 4 o'clock in the morning? Did you just like see the cable box or?
Yeah, I looked at the time, I'm like, I'm a fucking idiot. And then I took care of that.
Okay.
I can give you time of death for most of them.
Yeah, you want to write? You can write it right next to me as well.
I know, he's 1 p.m.
If you want, you can write the date underneath it too. So 12/15.
Sorry, they were important, and I'm the only one who knows their time of death.
No, it's very, like I said, the sequence of events are very important, and I'm glad you know that. So.
Yeah, I'm sure you're probably very surprised with my cooperation too.
I've been doing this a long time, and
Not really.
you never know.
Well, you live in the crazy state too.
The crazy state? You call Florida the crazy state?
Oh, yeah.
You know who else calls it the crazy state? My mother-in-law.
Oh,
She's from Michigan.
Oh, well, that's why.
And she says all the time, all the crazy stuff happens in Florida.
A prime example.
You're prime example. Okay, so, all right, so they're put into the rooms, doors are closed. Kids wake up the next day,
Everything's fine.
business as usual, right? And I'm assuming you don't let them go past the kitchen area.
Of course not, no.
Okay.
The kitchen was blocked off too.
Okay. Now, I don't know if it's you or Nick, but somebody is a fan of the drink that I love, Bang energy drinks. Is that you?
Yeah.
Because they're everywhere.
If you want, because I'm going to be in jail, obviously. In my house, I got like 3 cases of them bitches.
Yeah.
Cotton candy, the Sour Head, and more cotton candy.
Yeah, those are your favorites.
Yeah, so if you want, go ahead, man.
No, unfortunately, I can't do that. But where were you buying those at? Were you buying them at the 7-Eleven around the corner?
Yeah.
You go in there like every day?
Yeah. And then I'm like, dude, you guys got the cases for sale?
Yeah.
And he did. Man, those things work. Is that what you were? Oh, no, you got the red.
They didn't have anything at the store. I stopped at the 7-Eleven on the way here.
Yeah, dude, it's so hard to
And
find.
I was like, yeah, they didn't have it. So I had to settle for Red Bull, but I had to get something. So basically, I'm sure they like knew every morning you came. Did you go there at the same time every day with the kids?
No. When I bought the case, that was like probably literally the day that this happened. Because I wasn't really trying to go out all like that anymore. You know, I had to figure out what the fuck I was going to do with 3 bottles.
So when you wake up that next morning would be the 16th, you take the kids, you go to the 7-Eleven, you bought the case?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you come back.
Well, I wouldn't say I made the specific trip to do that. I did go grocery shopping at Walmart to get myself a couple of things to like help shit be easier for me. Like I grabbed spray paint to like spray the walls and everything to get the blood off.
The Krylon?
Yeah.
Like, which Walmart? The one in Tarpon Springs? Or did you go to a different one?
Tarpon Springs.
And do you remember what the date was?
I would say 16.
16th, you went to the Walmart in Tarpon? Okay. And you remember approximate time?
Unfortunately, I do not.
That's fine.
That's
Afternoon, evening, whatever.
Afternoon was definitely worth it.
Okay. And you had both kids
Yes.
Is that the only thing you bought for the, like, cleaning up was the Krylon?
I bought,
Because I know, fast forward just a little bit, and I know you'll tell me because you're being completely cooperative. I know you went to the Home Depot in Port Richey, and you bought the tarps and the rope.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And what would,
That was basically to put their bodies in, tie up, and, put in the backyard or the front.
where you were digging the trench?
Yeah.
Okay. What day did you start digging the trench? If you killed them on the 15th and 16th, what day do you think it was you started digging the trench?
I would say a week later.
A week later?
Yeah, definitely say a week later.
So you're staying in the house with them deceased and with your kids from the 15th and 16th until approximately a week later, and I'm assuming it's got to start smelling by then?
Well, yeah, I bought shit to help with the smell too. Incense was always going on. I had those Febreze things. I had like car shit. Kids were no longer sleeping in their room. They were like sleeping out there.
On those little love seats?
Yeah, yeah. There was another couch too, that dark brown couch that they would sleep on too.
Okay.
But yeah, they couldn't get buried. I couldn't move Rich.
So you start digging the trench. I mean, you made a lot of progress in the trench.
Yeah.
I mean, how many hours do you think you worked on that? Because that's a lot of work.
It only took me like 2 hours.
2 hours to dig that, and the shovels.
That was me being paranoid.
That was you on adrenaline and bang, and I got to get this done. I got to get these people buried. I got to get out of here.
No, that was me going like, these people are definitely going to get sketched out here pretty soon by me digging this hole.
Right.
So I would go out and dig it little bits at a time.
Oh, okay.
And
Hey,
like I was doing yard work.
did you ever have contact with anybody? Like go by them? Like,
Yeah, I did. I simply said that the bushes had been all dug up over there, and that they were going to start putting like trees or something that I didn't know.
And I know, what about property that was in the house? We found pawns for you. Did you take a bunch? Did Nick have like an Xbox?
Yes.
And did he have a lot of games?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the Xbox?
I switched it out for the PS4.
You switched it out.
Yeah, you can, so you can go to like GameStop and like exchange your system for another system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So you did that with GameStop. Which GameStop did you go to?
that was up here. And I actually had,
So you brought the Xbox with you up here?
yes.
Okay. What about all the games? Did you pawn
Yes.
a bunch of the games?
Oh,
Or
well,
sold them, I guess?
traded them. Yeah.
And that was at the GameStop in Florida, though?
Yes.
Correct. What did you trade them for?
I'm sorry, that was not the GameStop in Florida. I'm sorry, I'm getting all confused on this. So system and games get brought up, right? I don't go exchange it myself. My dude Thomas does, the one that owns the house and everything that I live with. That's who did it. Because there was just one night where I was, it has like all his information on there, and I didn't want Thomas to.
It has all of Nick's information, like his Microsoft account?
Yeah.
The reason is I know if my son plays Fortnite and has an Xbox,
Yeah.
I just set it up for him, so
Yeah.
you didn't want it to be connected to you with his Microsoft account information.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I was like, it's time to get rid of that.
But your new roommate had no idea, right?
No.
You had never told him,
No.
obviously, any of this?
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Sure.
Since I'm being cooperative, I'm just interested. Where did I fuck up with the car? Like, how'd you guys catch up to me? Was it the car that got me? I mean, I know I left it behind a bunch. I'm just curious.
There's a lot of things. There was no real one, thing. There was a lot of things. And you did things I think you may have thought you were doing them carefully, but you didn't.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into specifics.
Don't give me specifics. There's no reason to.
Yeah, I will say this. There wasn't one thing. So you can't beat yourself up over man, if I had just done that one thing. You did a lot.
Okay.
It was traceable.
Okay.
Okay. So, what else do you take from the house?
His coin collection.
His coin collection.
Which
So
is on top of the fridge.
on top of the fridge where you live now?
Yes.
Okay. And what about IDs?
Yes.
who?
Rich and Nick. I could not find Loris.
You looked for it, but you couldn't find it?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of that?
Honestly, I know this this company called LiveOps where you can work at home, but you gotta have a clean record. So that's what I was going to use that for.
You're going to use Nick's identity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Rich? Why did you take his?
Just to not leave behind evidence. You know, it wasn't really the smartest thing to do, to be honest with you. I know you're trying to find a comprehensive reason as to why, but
Right. Well, like I said, I'm trying to understand your mindset, what's going through your head, why you would do things. And so the coin collection
was to get money, obviously.
right.
So I can.
And there was like sheets of money too, right?
Yeah, you'll see the sheet of money in there.
So there's a sheet of money, collectible coins.
In the suitcase, here. Want me to write it all down for you?
Sure. Yeah, right. You can write down everything you took from the house. And where, you can just write down what you took and where it is now.
Oh, my kids did go with my mom.
Outstanding, that's good. And I know in Florida, we always try to reunite the kids with family members. We don't want them to go with Child Protective Services if they don't need to.
That's all I care about is their safety, man. That's all I can think of so far.
Okay.
It's also like 2:13 in the morning, so if I think of something else.
Yeah, definitely. If you think I'll keep the notepad right here. You think of something, you let me know. I'll slide it over to you. All right? Sound like a deal? All right. Actually, if you want, here, I'll just keep it right in front of you. I'll just keep asking questions.
Okay. But yeah, I think I got everything that I want to explain.
All right.
Explain for the most part.
Okay. You mind if I ask you a couple more questions? Because I've got a couple that everybody that's involved in this wants to know. What is going on with the paint?
Oh, you mean on the bodies?
The paint is poured all over them and it's slung all over the walls and there's egg on the walls. What happened there?
All right, so let me take you into a little trip into my mind. I thought the paint would not stop the decomposition, but block out the smell.
Okay.
So
that was one of the theories we had.
yes, block out the smell. You guys were correct.
Okay.
As far as for the paint and egg on the wall and all that shit, mind you, I had poured that stuff on them before I knew that I was not going to be putting them in a hole. So therefore, with the house with my ex-wife, I was trying to trash the house to make it look not focusing on the fact that
Somebody died there.
Yeah, something else might have happened.
That something awful
Yeah.
had happened there.
Yeah.
Okay. And
But like I said, that was done time period before I realized that I could not get them in that hole.
okay. And all the chemicals, did you pour chemicals on all of them or was it just Nick?
Just Nick.
Okay. Was there a reason just Nick?
He was the most foul-smelling one, so I was really trying to block out the.
And it looked like, you tell me if you may not remember, like a gallon of bleach, Pine Sol.
Yeah, all that.
Was that stuff that was in the house or was that stuff you had to go buy?
No, that was stuff that was already
Just
in the
all
house.
household chemicals that you were had. What'd you do with the hammer?
You know what? I kind of It's in the house for you guys. It's underneath the bed.
It's in the house that you're in now, underneath the bed.
Oh, no, not my house. It's underneath their bed in their house.
Is it underneath Rich's bed?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath the mattress?
It's underneath Rich's bed.
It's on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. You just... I'm tired too.
Oh, no.
So, let's see.
I'm actually waking up a little bit.
Getting a second wind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on like my fourth.
I know you're saying thank you for being cooperative with you, but thank
No,
you for being cooperative with me.
it's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory is going to be one way, another detective is going to be another way, and the crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories, you know? And, you know, when you get a first-hand account of the person that did it, you know for a fact what happened. It's not a guess anymore. It's like, okay, we know exactly what happened. He told us firsthand this is what happened.
And I always told myself if I got caught, that I wasn't going to try to lie or bullshit or anything like that. That was just going to come out clean.
So what day do you leave the house?
I want to say it's a couple of days before Christmas. Because I literally got into town Christmas Eve.
You got here Christmas Eve?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to say probably like the day before Christmas Eve because I just drove that whole night.
You didn't stop anywhere except for like gas probably?
Yeah, except for gas and to change the diapers and stuff like that.
Do you remember where you stopped for gas? Did you pay cash, credit card?
I always paid cash.
Paid cash?
Yeah.
You didn't take any of their credit cards or checks?
I don't think any of their credit cards. No, their checks.
Did you take cash out of their wallets?
I took cash out of their wallets, yeah. That was used.
And what about all the guns?
Oh, the officer, I had one of their guns at the house that I told the officer about.
Okay, there's one in the house that you rent now with your buddy. Okay, how many guns were in the house that you took?
How many guns were in the
How many guns were in Rich's house? Because I know the gun cabinet was in the laundry room, correct?
Yeah, it was just the one.
There was only one gun?
Yeah, but Nick had like that big ass fucking thing, that big ass gun in his room.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys even bothered to open it or see it. But yeah, those were the only guns I saw in there. Was the little revolver that I took and then that big ass gun that Nick had.
But the only gun that you took from the house and brought with you or
Was the revolver.
revolver, and you're still in possession of it at your house?
Yes.
You didn't take any other guns and sell them, trade them, pawn them?
No.
Nothing? Okay. What about all the jewelry that Laura had?
Took all the jewelry. All of it's gone for the most part.
Where was the jewelry located in the house?
It was kind of like spread out, to be honest with you.
Was it all in those little white boxes that I saw on the kitchen floor?
There were white boxes, there were brown boxes, but yes.
So you just took what was out of them and left those boxes scattered around?
No, there was like...
Or you left some of them?
I left some of them. There was like a whole tub, like full of jewelry and stuff.
How did you decide? Just whatever looked expensive?
No, they had the price tags in there.
Really? So
Yeah.
you just weeded through them and whatever was the most expensive, that's what you took?
Yeah. Like there was shit that was like $8 grand and all that stuff. But yeah, there is still some left in the car.
In the Kia?
Yeah.
And speaking of the Kia, that was one of my next questions. What was your thinking when you decided to leave the Hyundai at the clubhouse and take their Kia?
I know that I'm not 100% finished telling my story.
Okay. You tell. Go. Like I told you, I'll stay here all night.
But what was my original thing is like I was planning on going back down there and like finishing burying and everything. I was going by myself like a couple of months by paying for their rent. I like called up and I was going to make the money order and everything.
Who did you call?
It was the Meadows. I was finding out how much the rent was and everything, and this was like literally right before you discovered them, I believe. I was going to do that, and I was going to stay up in Ohio and bulk up a little bit, and then go down and bury them and move them.
Bulk up, you mean like muscle?
Yeah.
So you could carry Rich?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
not even, I know that sounds retarded, but not even that, to give the bodies more time to decompose, to get them lighter and everything too.
Right.
But that didn't work out, obviously.
So your plan was, but I'm trying to figure out where the car fits in. If you're,
Oh, I took the car because the tags on the other car, on Jamie's car, are expired.
gotcha.
Damn.
Okay, and you don't want to draw attention to yourself driving a car with expired tags?
Yes.
Then you're gonna get arrested.
When instead I could drive a car that has good tags and do the speed limit and not even get noticed.
Okay. Let's see. So you said you didn't take, when you left here to go to Ohio, how did you get there? Like, what route did you take? Did you go up 75?
Yeah,
or-
no, it was 77. I think it was 77 north. Or is it 75 north?
75, you go like towards, I think, Toledo. The other one, you go through towards the Carolinas and then that way up.
I went the one that was towards the Carolinas.
So you go towards like Jacksonville and then up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would make- yeah.
How many stops did you make?
I
A
stopped
couple
like,
for gas.
not even that. I stopped like every 2 to 3 hours to change the kids. Because, you know, when you're doing a road trip like that, you kind of got to stop so they can
You don't want
stretch
them-
the legs.
And you don't want them sitting in dirty diapers.
Exactly.
I'm sure stop for food every once in a while.
Yeah, so, I mean, you could say, let's just say 10 times, you know.
But you drove straight through, you didn't stop at any hotels or anything. You had to be exhausted.
Oh, God, it was-
Because my family, I have family that lives in Michigan, and I drove straight through one time, and it was a little,
Hell.
not much longer, but a little bit longer, and I think I slept for 2 days afterwards, so I'm sure but you probably couldn't do that because you have 2 small kids,
Yeah.
right? So you
Yeah.
probably got a little bit of sleep, and then you're back up and running, right?
Mhm.
Did you already have your living arrangements made up here before you got up here?
Mhm.
And how did that come about?
I basically told him I was moving up there, and he's like, do you want to go in on the house? I said, yeah. That's what we did.
And how did you know that guy?
I worked with him, and I went to school with him.
Okay. I know you said you smoke a little weed, but any other heavier drugs?
Fuck no, dude.
No? Don't have any drug addictions, no like alcoholism,
No, I don't even touch alcohol.
nothing like that?
I just, honestly, I just smoke weed to help my PTSD.
And you said, is there other PTSD or just the cold weather thing?
The cold thing, definitely with women for a little bit there, and then I got over that, because I like vagina. Definitely always had an irrational fear of getting kicked out after being homeless. Always had that fear. Honestly, I think that's why I stayed with my wife for so long and tolerated her shit, was because I was afraid of being alone out in the world.
That, you got kids?
Yeah.
People do, I mean, we're in this situation because of something in your mind that you did for your children, right?
Yeah.
People sometimes do things they normally wouldn't do. I mean, now that you're sitting here now, what do you think about this whole situation?
Dude, if I could do it all over again, I would have just left my wife way back when and told the doctors the truth. You know, and you can look her up, you know, I'm not lying about her. You know, I know there's still a record on her, because I've looked it up. And just to see, she attacked her parents, like in October of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then her parents dropped the case. That was the type of woman I was married to. I've just told the doctors the truth and left her. And honestly, I probably could have gotten a case to where I could have raised the kids by myself, just due to her mental stability. But
well, you're not going to dispute, and I don't think you have an argument. You might have about it the wrong way.
oh god,
Yeah. Between her and then this incident, I mean,
Yeah, no.
we made a lot of bad choices.
oh yeah, I'm not excusing my
Yeah.
behavior at all. Trust me, I'm not. These were great people, you know. And even her, she was great too. There was just a side of her that she just couldn't control. But yeah, bad decisions. To be honest with you, I don't know if I'm psychotic or not. I really don't. So I think that's something that, well, I mean, don't you guys always psychologically evaluate people before trial? And
Down the road, you would be, yes. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just a plain old detective that talks to people, you know, and tries to figure out crime and do the best I can, and, you know, talk with people. And
I hope I made your job easier. Well, I know I didn't, because I could have been sitting here lying blue in the face. I could have been like, I'm not talking to you until I have an attorney in front of me, even though you just got off a plane.
that could have happened. You know, that was one of the things I had to prepare for. Is it could have, you know, and I was prepared for that. But I it's my job. You know, it's just, I'm sure you watch TV, like, you know, you gotta stay up and get it done.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
Just like with kids.
yeah, I mean, just like if somebody did this to your family, you would want me to stay up for 5 days straight and fly to Alaska if I had to find your kids' killers, right?
Of course.
You know, and that's the same, I do the same thing for every family, whether it be your family or their family, because their family wants answers, their family deserves answers,
Of course.
you know? And Jamie's family, unfortunately, won't get those answers because they're also gone now, too. Have you ever thought about, like, what you would say to Jamie, like, if she was still alive? You ever thought about, like, man, I would tell her this, or I would tell her that, or...
Like, as far as her parents?
No,
As far
both.
as-
I mean, like, with regards to her or with regards to her parents.
Honestly, I think about her all the time.
What do you think?
For a long time, I focused on the bad because I just wanted to hate her. Because I think I was very confused at first. But then over time, I just hung on to the good memories because that's the only way I can honor her now. You know, she's not here. So all I can do is...
Like, when you close your eyes at night, do you think about her, or do you see that night over and over again in your mind? Like, as you say, PTSD, you would think like a traumatic incident, you know, you killed her. Did you ever, like, replay that in your mind? Because, like, I know with me, I lay that night, my mind goes boom, 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 and I can replay things over and over and over again. I can't imagine something like that in your brain.
At first, it definitely did happen. But I learned, it's weird, but I kind of learned to block out the memory altogether. Like, I know it happened, but just sitting there not thinking about something for so long, you know, shit starts getting hazy and everything.
Right. But I'm sure you see her face when you look at her. When you look at your kids, they're her kids also. I'm sure when you look at your little girl or your little boy, you see her in them, and it's gonna instantly bring you back to that horrible night, right? I would imagine. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I don't ever want to put words in your mouth. So
Oh, yeah.
if you don't agree, tell me. Like, no, that doesn't happen, or whatever.
It's, you know, it's hit or miss. At this point, like I said, the beginning was very hard. At this point, I think for my coping mechanism, I think of all the good times we've had. I think of all the times I've taken her out on dates, that we cuddled, that we just sat there watching movies, and
Right, the good stuff.
I just try to focus on that because that's who that woman was at the end of the day. You know, she just had a side of her that she couldn't control. And if you're wondering if I hate myself every day for these horrendous acts I committed, it's obvious I do hate myself. I mean, if I didn't hate myself, I would be sitting here trying to lie to you to get myself out of this situation,
Well,
like I would with any other situation. But
like we discussed before, I mean, you just made some horrible choices. You know, I mean, in your mind, I think you built it up to where those are the only choices you could make. That doesn't make you a monster. You know, a monster is when you do something, like if you just snuck into their house, killed them for absolutely no reason, no remorse, I just did it because I wanted to. You'd be a monster. But in this case, you thought this was, I mean, like I said, based on what you're telling me, I have to do this to keep my kids. You know, you said yourself, I'm driving to Florida and I'm thinking to myself, I have to kill these people. You know, I mean, you get a hammer, you laid and you waited for them, you know, and you took them out. You knew when you had that opportunity, because you've got Nick at work, she's at the grocery store. You know there's going to be time in between each one, so you got one-on-one. You know, you take him out, you wait for her, she comes in, bam, you got her. Because what are you going to do? You can't go after all three of them at the same time, right? Because what's going to happen?
Yeah, they're going to fight back. And then,
Exactly. So I mean, you saw the moment and seized it. You know, so.
all right, for what it's worth, like I said, I did try to, like, when I was on my way down there, my intention was to kill them, and then I got there, and I didn't want to kill them, and I looked for every excuse and every opportunity, and I was so close.
Oh, so the date you left, was it the 22nd or the 23rd?
I believe the 22nd.
22nd, so because it took you like what?
So it was like 12 in the afternoon when I finally met up with my friend up in Ohio.
On the
Christmas
24th?
Eve, yeah.
Okay, so you left on the 22nd about what time?
Oh, it was like first thing in the morning.
Before sun came up?
Okay, maybe not first thing. I want to say like
What was the
8
sun up
to
or
10.
down?
No, it was
sun
up.
was up.
Yeah, it was like 8 to 10 in the morning.
And I had something on that. I had something on the film.
Oh,
I forgot.
Jesus Christ. Before I forgot, there's a shit ton of evidence in that car.
Okay, go ahead and write it. Right, and you said there's a bunch of stuff in
Yeah,
the car.
I'm sorry.
And then you're talking about the car at the clubhouse?
Yeah.
Okay. Stuff that you took from the house?
Bag evidence, basically. Like a bloody pillow,
Okay.
all that type of stuff.
Okay.
Like all their paperwork and stuff like that.
Okay. While you're writing that, I'm gonna step up for just a quick second, okay?
I was going to ask for you. I was like, you were recording off your phone. I was like, where the hell is the recorder?
Yeah. Got my old man glasses, a little recorder. I'll be right back. I'll let you keep working on it. I'll be right back.
Do you care if I go pee again real quick?
Yeah, definitely. Take another restroom break. I might have to take one here in a minute also.
Yeah, that Red Bull will go through your bladder like
Yeah.
that tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, actually, it dehydrates me. I need some water.
Well, to see the nurse in the morning, and then once you see the nurse, then yeah, she'll take you out of it.
Just have a seat for just a second. Shelby, I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
almost done, bud. You were starting on, you said there's evidence in the car?
I just put down the 2010 long trip bag evidence. It was a bunch of, I can't even remember everything in the bags.
Do you remember anything that's in it?
I know there's like other like paperwork type stuff. Like
Paperwork from their house?
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
Like in their rooms and everything.
In their rooms?
Yeah.
Did you go through all of it? I'm gonna imagine you went through everything. Right?
Yeah, this was at the point where I still planned on digging the hole and burying them right there. So this was when I'm like going through the house, backing everything up. I was going to put it in the car, and I was going to go dump it out, but I said, I don't know.
When, I don't know if I asked you this before, but, so the plan is you're gonna bury all three of them in this big hole, right? At what point do you say, actually, there's no way I can do this because Rich was so big?
Yeah, Rich was too heavy at that point.
Okay.
I feel like all the dead weight from being, from decomposing sewer in the early stages made him heavier. I could not even barely move him. I don't know how the hell you guys got him out there.
It took a lot.
I couldn't get him out there.
Yeah, so, so you just like kind of, if this isn't gonna happen, you need to think of something else.
Yeah, and so I came up with the scheme where I was going to stay in Ohio for like a month or two and bulk up and wait for the bodies to decompose a little more, and pay their rent, and then come down, get them buried, trash the house, and then have to worry about shit.
Did you have a plan as to like what time of day or night you were gonna try to get them out of the house into that hole? Because that's...
Yeah, that was probably midnight.
Midnight?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
Midnight to 1 a.m.
You were there for what, a couple weeks? Right?
When
total?
they were dead?
No.
Oh,
in total.
in total,
From the
yeah.
time you got there and they're alive, then you kill them and you stay in the house
Yeah.
with your kids. Because you stayed in the house with the kids until about 6 days?
Yeah.
Right around there, correct? With them deceased in the house? Yeah, so, because I go through the neighborhood a lot, and it's an older community, a lot of people. And I don't know if you know anything about older communities, they want to know what everything's going on.
Oh, yeah.
So that was actually one of my questions I really wanted to ask you was, what was the plan of how are you going to get them out without anybody seeing you and getting them into the hole?
Oh, okay. So the plan was to have the hole dug up a couple hours before we put them in there and everything. So I had the hole dug up. Granted, I don't think it was deep enough. Definitely wasn't deep enough. I wanted it deeper, but my paranoia was kind of playing at me because, like you said, I'm very aware of how old people function. They're very finicky. They need to know what's going on, peeking out their window every 20 minutes type shit. And then, yeah, I was going to put them in there. First, I was going to put the bodies in those tarps, wrap them up in the tarp, tie it with the rope, drag them with the rope, like, while it's, on the tarp and everything, tied up on the tarp, and then put them in that hole.
Okay. And when you speak of the rope, you're talking about the one that was laid out on the living room floor with the loop, like the boating loop, that stuff you bought at Home Depot?
Yeah.
Okay. And something I just thought of something else. See, I'm getting tired too, and like I have a question in my mind, and then I ask you one question, and I forget the second question.
I do have a question though.
Okay. If I can answer it, I will. I can't promise you.
Yeah. Since I've been so cooperative, I know it's very highly unlikely, but we both know I'm going to Florida after this. That'll be expedited to Florida. Would there be any way I can see my kids for like 15, 20 minutes before I leave? Because this is going to be my last time before I see them, before they're adults.
Correct. I doubt it. There's no way I could say that you could. What I can do for you is, if you would like, I can give you this. You can keep this same notebook and piece of paper, and you can write them a letter. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So a piece of paper. Can you do it on 3 pieces of paper?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You want me to give you some time alone so you can write it?
No, because I don't even know what don't worry about it. I got money on my books. I came in here with like $1,300 something. I plan on saving it and using it on hygiene and leather shit. So I'll just eventually send something to my mom to give to them.
But, okay, how much money did you get from pawning all the jewelry?
This is my own money. This wasn't from the pawn. What I got from that was, I would say, relatively $3,000 to $4,000.
3,000 to 4,000 from all the different pawn shops?
Yeah.
And was it pawn shops in Florida?
Yeah, there was some in Florida.
Some in Florida and the rest were up here?
Yes.
Or did you stop anywhere en route to Ohio, any other pawn shops?
No, just here in Ohio.
So, in Florida, because you're in Ohio now,
Yeah.
in Florida, you pawned them
Sorry.
by yourself with the kids, right? You come to Ohio, and is that where you get Kaitlynne to pawn them for you, or you pawn them with Kaitlynne? I don't remember.
I pawned them.
But Kaitlynne's with you,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you get that money that you have on you when you're arrested? Like you said, it was your money.
Yes. Well, like I said, I worked in the oil field and everything, so I had some money saved up. I had like relatively $6,000, $6,000 to $7,000 saved up before I went to Florida.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was a question. Because, obviously if it was monies that you acquired from killing them and then stealing and then pawning, that would be money that would be seized, right? You understand that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's money that you got in commission of a felony.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, because I'm going to make sure, because what I wanted to do is I didn't want you to think you're going to have this commissary. If it was evidentiary, it's going to get seized, then you're not going to have commissary. I just want to make sure that if you want to write your kids a letter, that you could do it.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it down the road,
I'll do it down the road.
that's fine.
I'm sure I'll have a long ass time before this case is even solved anyway. Well, not solved, but
Resolved in court is what you're saying.
which, if you don't mind, now I have a couple of questions for you.
Like I said, I'll answer anything I can.
So, what's going to happen now? Obviously, I gave you the whole story. I'm sure we're going to go over it a couple more times. What's going to happen to me now?
Well, as you said,
I'll be expedited to Florida.
be extradited,
Extradited.
and then, then the court proceedings.
But I've seen, like I've watched First 48 and all that stuff, like.
As do I. I watch it all the time. Believe it or not, I do.
I'm sure you do because it's your job and you want to learn from other people's mistakes. But even when it comes to why is it when it comes to cases like these, like say I gave you the full story, you guys know everything that happened.
And not only do we have, you murdered 3 people in Tarpon Springs, you finally came out with the truth that, hey, I murdered my wife in Newport Richie.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I had to tell you guys,
and we appreciate that. And Jamie deserves it. You would agree to that, right? She doesn't deserve to be buried in a backyard, right? I mean, she deserves a proper burial.
Exactly.
Because your kids are going to get older. They need to know what happened to my mom and be able to maybe go to a cemetery plot and, at least pay their respects and know where she is. You agree.
Of course.
And I think that was weighing on you. I mean, I'm sure, that's a lot to hold in for a year. All these big charades you're doing, the phone, and this and that, and just,
not to sound like an idiot, but it's almost a relief to be caught. The only thing that sucks is not being a part of my kid's life,
right,
obviously.
but I can tell you right now, like I told you, I've been doing this a long time, the amount of weight of what you have on you, in your heart, your head, on your shoulders, however you want to word it, of killing 4 people, to get that out and finally be able to tell somebody is almost like, I don't want to say uplifting, I don't know if that's the right word I'm looking for, but you feel, the weights are off you, right? Because you're like, oh my God, I finally got this out. I was finally I'm free of it.
Yeah, because I can't tell anybody.
Right.
I can't tell people that shit.
Right. I know what I thought.
What?
Cellular phones. Rich and Laura, did they have cellular phones?
Yes.
What happened to the cellular phones?
I forget what happened to Rich's. Hers, I kept a hold of. I even texted their family here and there because they were getting worried. I was trying to do that whole bullshit again. And then I got rid of them this morning To be honest with you, I saw that I was caught on the news and everything.
Oh, you saw it on the news?
Yeah. Well, not on our news up here,
Mhm.
but I looked it up because, you know, I think I got paranoid to some extension. And again, I committed murder, so of course I'm going to be paranoid about shit. But yeah, all I did was type in 3 deaths in Tarpon Springs and then 3 dead, and I was like, yep, time to get rid of the phones.
Okay. Where did you get rid of them?
I just threw them on the road, off of West 117th.
West one's, I've never been to Ohio other than driving through my way to Michigan. Okay, do you remember, like, if I brought a detective in that is familiar with this area, would you be able to tell them where you threw them out?
Yeah, it's literally right off of Madison and 117th.
Madison and 117.
I don't know if you'll be able to find it though, because that was yesterday morning.
Do you remember what kind of phones they are?
One smartphone.
Droid or Apple?
Droid.
One smartphone, Droid?
Yeah.
And whose was that?
That was hers. She had 2 phones.
She had 2, okay.
And then just one of those old school, not flip phones, but what came after the flip phones, those keypad phone things.
Okay, and that was his?
That was hers, too. Like I said, I don't remember what happened to his. I think I got rid of it.
Who were you texting people on? Which phone, do you remember?
The keypad phone.
The keypad phone? This is the one you were texting family. Do you remember? I know you may not remember, and I'm not told you who you were texting. Do you know what family member it was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Here, I can write it down. Catherine is Laura's niece. Barb is her sister-in-law. And her actual real account.
Okay, you just write it underneath it there.
Sorry, I should.
What I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring in one of the detectives momentarily, just so you can describe the area of where you think you threw the phones out. You know, obviously, we'd like to recover them if we can.
Go ahead.
So if you want to describe.
So West 117th and Madison, you're familiar with the area?
Yeah, we got Joe's Deli up there, you got.
Basically, right where that bridge is at, right underneath the bridge is where I threw the phones.
By the rapids there? There's that
I'm
big
still
bridge.
not really familiar with the super area.
But there's the
It's
only
right
bridge over there.
Yeah, it's right before that Home Depot.
So right by the bridges on 117th.
Yes.
You think they were landed in the street?
Yeah, I threw them in the street.
Yeah, because that, when you're going down, it goes down, so you got walls on both sides.
Yeah.
Because it goes down, you know, kind of past the ground level.
Mhm.
And you have these big, huge walls on each side, and then there's a walkway on each side, so the people
Yeah, that's
can
where
walk.
that's exactly.
So where they hit the street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I know. The gloves. There was like an orange gloves that were in the living room. There was a pair of gloves. There was one on the floor and one on a table.
I might just use it to like put on while I was cleaning stuff up.
And then the duct tape, what was the Gorilla tape, the big black roll of Gorilla tape?
To roll up the tarps with.
That's what you're going to use for the tarps? Okay.
So just the 3 phones that I might find out there? Two.
Yeah.
One smartphone Droid and one keypad phone. We don't know what the brand
Well, like a flip phone?
kind of like a flip phone, but the generation that came after it.
Anything else
They're,
with
they're
it?
Verizon phones, if that makes it easier too.
I'm sure we find a couple phones up there. Anything else with it? Nothing, just the 2 phones.
Did you throw them together or one at a time?
One at a time, but like, boom, and then
So how fast do you think you're driving? Just so we know how to space it out.
oh, I was driving like 35.
35, you throw one, and then right after you throw another one, so they're gonna be a little bit distance apart.
This was, today's Thursday,
This was in the morning.
Today?
Yeah.
in the morning today?
Yeah.
So
Well,
they might,
yesterday.
okay.
Yeah.
So on Wednesday morning?
Yeah.
So they might.
No, I'm sorry, Thursday morning. Thursday
Okay, so
morning.
this morning,
Yeah.
okay. So they might still be
Hopefully, if they didn't get run over or anything.
Okay, well, even if they did, we still want to recover them.
pieces.
So, okay, all
Okay,
right,
cool.
thank you. All right, and last thing is, and the reason I'm gonna ask you is because we're at 4, and we're getting everything off of just a blank computer screen. Have you-
Oh, I thought you meant like 4 a.m.
No, it's 2:55.
I know what you mean by 4 now.
Yeah,
4.
you've killed 4 people. Admittedly, you killed, you murdered your wife, you murdered Rich, Laura, and Nick. So you've murdered 4 people. Is there any other bodies in any other states?
No.
We've never killed anyone else.
So we've never killed.
Never killed anyone in Texas.
Mhm.
Never killed anyone in Ohio. So
I
just,
would definitely come out and tell you.
well, I believe you. I mean, you're being upfront and honest. But we're here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure everything gets out. I want to make sure that Shelby has everything out. Shelby has clear conscience. He knows he told everything. And my last question to you is there anything else that we haven't talked about that I haven't asked you, and I've tried to be as detailed as possible, that you think I need to know about this case, or that Newport Richey Police or the Pasco Sheriff, do you know who covered that area? Was it a sheriff? Did you ever have the police come to your house when you lived on Norwood, where you killed Jamie at? Did you ever have the police come to your house? Okay, do you know offhand, we'll find out, do you know, like if you would have called the police, was it Newport Richey Police that would have responded, or the sheriff that would have responded?
It would have been Newport Richey.
Because I don't know where is Norwood?
Norwood
I know where Gulf High School is, I know where downtown is.
is literally 15 minutes away from that Walmart by that mall. Off of,
Do you like remember a crossroad off of Norwood, like how to get there? If you don't, I know it's been a long.
what's that main highway? Is that 52?
US 19,
US 19?
54, Main Street.
It's off of US 19. I can tell you that.
Norwood
It's
Avenue.
where that it'll be off the street where that big Wells Fargo is at. You know, that big huge one on 19. That's kind of by that strip mall.
Okay,
and everything.
we'll find it.
Okay. As for the exact house, I forget the number.
Okay, well, and you're most likely going to be approached by a Newport Richey detective or Pasco, depending on if it's theirs, or Pasco Sheriff's Office detective in relation to Jamie, your wife, because that didn't occur in Tarpon Springs. That's not going to be my case. Okay, you're most likely going to have the visitor from one of them. Obviously, I'm going to notate everything you're telling me about it in my report to give to them in reference to recovering her. Is there anything else about that incident that you want to tell me now that you think they should know that I can pass on to them about what occurred? I just, this is your time. Like I told you, I'll stay here all night, we can talk all night. I want to make sure that Shelby has a chance to tell everything he wants to tell about everything involved.
I mean, I've basically told everything that I wanted to tell.
Okay.
I've made my,
Major piece.
You know that I didn't do this because I wanted to be evil and I wanted to kill people. I did it because I felt that I had no choice at that time period. But you also know my wife was very abusive, both physically and mentally and emotionally. And like I said, please feel free to look into her record and you can see all the police calls and all that shit. You'll see that. But
And like I said, I mean, we know you like Domino's Pizza, I know that. saw the Domino's boxes in the house and on the patio, and who like, is it the kids that love the chicken nuggets, or is that you too?
That's the kids, yeah. Yeah, it's funny, because that's just what I had going on at the house before you guys jumped in.
Did they like, Daddy, we want chicken? Oh, does your daughter talk? A little bit, and obviously your son's too young to talk, right?
Yeah.
Is he walking?
He's walking, yeah.
Is he?
I feel bad for them, though. I really do, because...
Well, I feel bad for them also. I mean, their mother's gone, and for all intents and purposes, now their dad's gone because of what, unfortunately, is bad decisions. You know, you're giving them a rough start. But you said that your mom's a good mom, right?
She is, and she'll do a wonderful job.
So you have that. At least you know, hey, they're with my mom. My mom's a good mom.
It just sucks because I'm literally their world. Like,
Shelby, I'll tell you right now, I have a son. I can't fathom it. I can't. Like, based on what you're telling me, and I don't know you. You could be, I don't think you would, but you could be blowing smoke up my butt. I don't think you are. I think you're being completely honest. You've been nothing but forthright. You have no reason to not. From what everything you said, those kids are your world. All of this stuff revolves around what? Your love of your kids, right? Can't imagine. I have one child. Can't imagine. Can't imagine, what you're going through, what is going through mine. I just can't do it.
it just sucks, like, laying in that bed. And I used to cuddle with them all the time because, after her, I didn't really like cuddling or sleeping with women, but my kids, oh man, I loved cuddling with them. Oliver, he just loves just coming over and sitting on my lap.
Makes your day, right?
Yeah.
I used to tell people all the time, I get the worst day in the world. When I go home and I see my kids, I forget about everything. Is that how you are, kind of?
They definitely helped me out with this year.
Yeah.
And I think somewhere in my head, I always knew I was going to get caught, to be honest with you. I was like, I've always been ready for this moment. That's why I've always told myself, if they catch me, there's no point in lying. Just be honest, honor these people, because...
All right. Well, we're going to finish up. The only other question I have, and another detective that came up with me, mentioned it to me because apparently they thought they had seen a girl with you. Did you ever have a girl at the house that somebody could have possibly thought was Jamie or anything like that in Tarpon Springs?
Oh, no.
It was always just you and the kids. You never had a female over to the house, like never brought a date home or anything like that. I mean,
the only thing I can think of is when I bought weed off of somebody off Meet Me, but she didn't come in or any, you can't have any, people come in the house when you got 3 dead bodies in the house. But she was pulled off on the side of the road, way down the way and everything when I picked up weed from her. So I don't know where people were getting, because I saw that on the news too, where where someone mentioned that son-in-law, grandkids, and daughter had come down to visit. In my head, I'm like, she definitely wasn't there.
and you never, you said you texted with Laura's phone. You never called with Rich's phone and talked to anybody, pretended to be him or anything like that?
I couldn't unlock the phone.
Oh, you couldn't unlock Rich's phone? Okay, but you never called anybody on any phone pretending to be Rich. It was only pretending to be Laura through text messages?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go just make sure that we have no other questions, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Sound good? I will ask them. I can't make any decisions. This isn't my police department. I'm a guest. Okay?
Please tell them I have PTSD with cold.
I will tell them. Okay? The only issue is safety factors. If you're not suicidal or anything like that, you don't want to hurt yourself. Okay? Because that's usually the main reason they don't want to get blankets, especially in jails. Okay? I will ask them. Can't guarantee anything. Okay? But I'll see what they say. I'll be right back. Shelby, we're done. All right, come on out, I'm gonna walk you out. Hey, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you manning up. I really do.
I am sorry. I know it's not worth jack shit. It's really not. But I didn't want it for like this, and I am sorry. And they were all good people. They really were.
Like I said, you just made some horrible, horrible choices. That we can't, and unfortunately we can't undo it. We can't come back from them.
Yeah.
But, for what it's worth, in my opinion, this is just solely my opinion, you're gonna help people get closure as to what happened. And in my book, and this is just my opinion, it goes a long way. I mean, you're manning up for some horrible stuff, you said it yourself. I know it's horrible. You said yourself, they didn't deserve it, but things happen, you can't take it back, like you said, you can't take it back. So, all right, I'm gonna walk you out, okay?
Take that blanket, Phil.
All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and give you a 15-minute break, okay? Thank you. Especially if you don't have a transcript, it gets pretty exhausting watching a video, and then the next one's a little bit shorter, but not very much. So, do you want to just play the whole video after our 15-minute break?
I'm perfectly okay if the court wants to doing that first thing in the morning.
All right, unless you want to go out of order a little bit and put on the victim impact statements now and then have the detective come back tomorrow. I mean, that'll...
Sure. I think that's a great idea.
Oh, okay.
That's a great idea.
Any objection?
As I stand here now, I say no, but it might create some logistical issues with witnesses we have, so I'm gonna have to get with them this evening. And I know we have a depo, excuse me, at 7 o'clock this evening. So I'll try to do that and see what I can figure out with the witnesses. I don't think it's gonna be a huge issue with them. I don't anticipate we probably have to rearrange a couple of them anyway. But because I still have to do opening as well. So I'll just have to check with them after, and I'll do my best to rearrange, but still have it make sense where they go. So.
Okay. All right, so you can step down, sir. Thank you. So I'll just tell them that we're hopefully more than halfway done with the detective, but we're in the middle of the detective. We're just going to put on a couple of other witnesses very quickly, and then we'll adjourn for the day, and then we'll come back at 8:45 tomorrow. I have a 4-page calendar tomorrow, so we're telling the lawyers to be here at 8:30 so we can be ready at 8:45. So we'll start at 8:45, and then I don't think we'll get all that far behind if we do that, right?
I don't think so. I don't know what the defense's lineup is. They keep telling me they're going to give me some indication of who was playing.
We can give you an idea of that.
All right. All right, Mr. Breinbaum, what do you think? Do you think that'll work out if we do it this way?
I think so. I mean, I think, it will probably mean that we'll have maybe a little bit of testimony on Thursday, but still probably can do closeness on Thursday.
All right, well, we may end up having a lot of discussions on Thursday and then having closings on Friday. I don't know, we'll see.
That's a possibility as well.
We'll see. All right, so,
We're booked for the week, so.
right, so the next two witnesses are going to be victim impact witnesses, right? So I'll just tell them for the next two witnesses, blah, 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 what I've been saying the whole time. And then we'll hear from them, then we'll adjourn for the day.
I will
Okay.
go let Mr. Doe know, and we'll get in touch with them. And you're good to set up the Zoom?
For tomorrow, yeah.
Are you not going to do the impact right now?
Oh, okay. So, all right. The victim impact witnesses are Zoom witnesses, right? All right, well, let's see, because half the time this works and half the time it doesn't.
Yeah, there's one victim impact via Zoom, and Mr. Doe is reading the other statement.
All right. Yeah, I think it's going to work. All right, you may be seated. All right, do we have everything all set up with Zoom? I still have one participant on there. I know my Jay sent the lawyers another link. All right, so she's not on here yet, as far as I know.
Well, Your Honor, I could read this one in first while she's getting ready, so.
Let's make sure she's there and getting ready, okay? Do you have a phone number for her?
What's that, Your Honor?
You have a phone number for her?
Yes. She said she was wrong. This one's wrong with her, Your Honor.
Oh. So she's in the process of getting on?
It sounds like it, Your Honor.
Let's wait till she gets on. Do you want to do her first if she's on? Or do you want to do yours first?
I'd rather read it first and then have her.
Okay. I just want to make sure she's on and then,
No, I understand. Your
we still
Honor.
have to take a break in between.
One of the family members is saying that she has logged in,
Oh,
so she's just waiting now to be let in, I guess.
well, all right. I mean, I still got one participant here, that's me. All right, I could start over, see what happens.
That's fine. And Judge, I got the link, thank you. I think your J.A. sent it.
Okay. Okay, that's a start. All right, and you still want to read yours first, right? Okay. All right, ma'am, so just hang on, and when we're ready for you, I'll let you know. Okay, I'll put you under oath, and then you can read your statement, okay? All right, so let's bring the jury back in. I'll explain to them what we're doing, and then we'll get started.
Thank you.
It's 4:22, and Detective Anderson has a fairly significant amount of testimony that is remaining. So what we're going to do is to go out of order a little bit, and we're going to hear from a couple of victim impact witnesses in a row. The first one is going to be read by one of the prosecutors, Mr. Doig, and then we'll hear from the other one by Zoom. So Mr. Doig, you may proceed with reading one of the witnesses' victim impact statement again. Let me tell you this, you are about to hear evidence about the impact of this murder on the family of Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. This evidence will be presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resulting loss from their deaths. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. Mr. Doig, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. When my sister Laura and brother-in-law Rich, along with nephew Nick, were murdered, the world lost a lot of goodness. Rich was a person that if you even mentioned something needed to be done or fixed, he was there along with Nick or one of his younger sons doing it, or helping before you even knew it, and wanted nothing except a thank you or a love you. He would do anything for you if you needed something, and if he had it, it was yours. Laura was a beautiful, kind, and caring soul. Even when she could not have kids, she and Rich took in foster kids, and they were all treated like their own. Some even called later on when they were placed permanently, wanting to talk to her. Laura was my best friend and sister. If I needed anything, she could help. She did. And the same went for my kids. She was like a second mom to them. Wanting to go or be with her and Rich. When my mom had a stroke, my sister came to help, and Rich told her to go and stay as long as she needed, because family comes first. Rich and Nikki both came to see Mom because they loved her. Anybody that knew Laura and Rich knew they would be treated as almost family, but always a friend. Nick was a nice young man, and he was caring for his grandma, Nana, as she was called. He came back from Florida to visit her when she was sick, and he would joke a little and just sit by her because he knew it made her happy. As you can hear from the few examples I have written down, you can see that the Ivancic family was a true good family that would only help anyone. Respectfully, Luann M. Lawrence.
Thank you. And the next witness is Sarah Lawrence. Ma'am, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed with your statement.
My name is Sarah Lawrence. I want to take the time to thank you, Judge, and the jury for allowing me to express my feelings and thoughts regarding the situation. As the niece and cousin of the murdered family, I have spent a lot of agonizing time over the 6 years trying to rebuild the world that was ripped away from me. I've spent a good portion of the last few years thinking about the legacy that my Aunt Laura and my Uncle Rich have left behind. The kindness and love that they shared with everyone they encountered. The kind of impact you only hear about in stories or movies. My Aunt Laura was my absolute best friend. To be honest, she was a second mom to me. I could go to her when I felt like I had no one else to go to, and I could confide anything in her and not worry about feeling alone. Because that was one of the most incredible things about my Aunt Laura. You never had to wonder if she loved you. She made sure you knew. The kindness and grace she poured into the world and everyone around her was immeasurable. My Uncle Rich, he would do absolutely anything to help anyone if he could. The shirt off his back was yours if you needed it. The kind of strength and love he provided to not only his family, but everyone around him was enough to make you feel like you were the most important human being in the entire room. The family my Aunt Laura and Uncle Rich not only provided for all of us, but to several foster kids, loving them and caring for them as if they were their own, which ultimately led to them adopting my 2 cousins. Nick was so incredibly special to me. From growing up fishing with Nick and building racetracks for his Hot Wheels, to watching our favorite TV shows and staying up late laughing. My family might not have been perfect, but the one thing we all knew how to do perfectly was love each other. The love, the strength, and the kindness that we all had for each other and the world around us was immeasurable. In my life, I learned the kindness and grace from my Aunt Laura, the strength and calmness from my Uncle Rich, the drive and determination from Nick. All these lessons and beautiful moments were stripped away. A quote I've been remembering over the last few years is that love is grief with no place to go. It's all the love that's built up, but with no one to give it to. I think that's why the last 6 years have been so unbearable, not only for myself, but for the rest of my family. The amount of love we have built up for our family that was ripped away to the point of being unbearable to carry around due to the weight of this grief. The last bit I can leave everyone with is to please remember that they were incredible, loving, and vibrant beings. We are a family that was ripped to pieces, the pieces we've been left to pick up and sort through. All of the remnants of love that have guided us through the last 6 years are now all we have left of these beautiful lives to get us through the rest of ours. The grief of loss is forever looming over us. Not only the grief for missing them, but now the grief of the things that they are going to miss. I no longer get to have my Aunt Laura help me pick out my wedding dress. I no longer get to dance with my uncle or have him walk me down the aisle. I no longer get to experience my future with my best friends. And I no longer get to create new moments and new memories of my life with them. All we are left with is the past, when they had such a beautiful, bright future ahead of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, that's all the testimony we're going to hear today and all the evidence we're going to see today. So we did finish a little bit early today. If we had kept going, we would have finished rather late. So tomorrow, be back here at 8:45. We do have a very small motion calendar. It should just last from 8:30 to 8:45. You never know, though. But as far as I know, we should be able to start right at 8:45. Again, don't read anything about the case. Don't hear anything about the case. Do whatever you can to make sure you don't hear or see anything at all. Anyone have any questions or anything? All right. Well, have a good evening. Have a nice restful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. victim impact statements we're going to hear. As I said yesterday, I'm going to put in the court file the final versions of the victim impact statements. Obviously, they've been modified throughout to make sure that it complies with Payne versus Tennessee and the Florida statute and the Florida case law. And then even these final versions also were modified to take out things that were not appropriate under the case law. So we can go ahead and put these into evidence at this point. I think I actually have them in chronological order as far as when they testified. And this will be court's exhibit number 2 for identification. It's a composite exhibit, so there's 5 of them. If you want to say A through E, I guess you can do that, but there they are. All right, anything else we need to talk about before we adjourn for the evening?
No, Judge.
Okay, so much more besides just interview number 2?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Clean up a little bit of the markings on some of the exhibits, but other than that, there's very little left.
Okay.
Which I think we were talking outside, and it's probably going to be, we'll probably end up taking a lunch break, we were thinking, before we start with our case. And we might be able to go before that, but we can talk outside.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, that second interview is around 2 hours, right? So, I mean, if you start around 9, if you're realistic, that's 11. You clean things up, 11:15. I mean, you can do an opening at that point, but.
I've got cross.
Oh, okay. All right. Still going to be cross. All right. All right. Well, we'll see what happens, but it's probably more likely than not that you can do your opening after lunch. All right. Anything else? All right. So, are you going to have Zoom witnesses tomorrow?
We are, Judge. I did receive the link. Thank you again for
Okay.
that, and we will send that out.
All right. So we'll see how smoothly that goes tomorrow.
Do you do know how to put people in waiting rooms?
Here's the thing. I was decent at it during COVID, but COVID was a long time ago.
Right.
So I probably need a refresher class. So.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so.
I mean, one of the options you could do is we could log in and you could allow us to be host and we could do it for you. It's an option if you wanted to. I could show you how to designate someone as a host, and that's an option.
All right, or.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll wing it, it'll work. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow.